Okay, sound check. Guess it should be working now. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brothers and sisters in Islam, welcome to another live stream from my channel, The Muslim Apologist. I'm your host, MENJ. Right. So, as usual, I'm conducting my usual live stream session, my weekly live stream session where anyone can come in, and of course Muslims. This time, Muslims, my brothers and sisters in Islam, you are of course most welcome to join and become part of the panel as well. And of course, I invite non-Muslims to come and to ask, the questions. We can have a dialogue, we can have a debate, we can have a chat, whatever it is that you want, and there's no specific time limit. All right, this is basically an open discussion session, right? Still I'll try to still keep to a Q&A format, but it's not as restrictive as the other show, the Challenge Me series. All right, so yeah, I'm still waiting for people to join. Right now there's only one viewer right now. Perhaps because it's a weekend, and I know for a fact that there are a lot of live streams going on at this very moment, right? So I guess my live stream is just one out of many live streams at the moment today, right now. Okay, so of course, I'm not expecting a huge crowd, I think, this week or today, right? But I'm still hopeful that there will be people who will be willing to join. And I know for a fact that there are some of the non-Muslims that I talked to during the Challenge Me series. They said that they would be willing to come on today, so I'll be waiting for them, right? In any case, there's no time limit for this particular live stream. It's just me coming here, uh, having a dialogue with you, having a discussion with you about Islam, or any topic of your fancy. We can even talk about Christianity, right? And before I go in deeper, what was it that I was going to say? Yeah, I was going to say that I've ordered three books from the US. They should arrive next week. Okay, so one of those books is a book by Francesca Strafracopolo. Okay, God and Anatomy. Right? I look forward to reading that book because I've heard that the book has a lot of information, interesting information about the history of the Israelite conception of God. And I think this book would be helpful in uh, illustrating or in dissecting the perhaps the pagan entity known as Yahweh. Yeah, so Yahweh the Satan. Okay, so let's keep in mind that this false god Yahweh has absolutely nothing to do with the one true God of Abraham. All right. So this is my position. Okay. I know that there are some Muslims who try to rationalize the pronunciation of YHWH, the Christian pronunciation of Yahweh with Arabic, but that's totally unscientific and linguistically even not possible, because we don't see this phrase anywhere in Islamic literature or in Islamic history. In fact, my question to these Muslims who try to rationalize the pronunciation Yahweh with the Arabic is that did the Prophet ever taught this name in our sources? The answer is no. There's no such name in our sources. Okay, and if the name was so important that it has to be included, then it would have been included already by the Quran and the Sunnah. Okay, so that's my position about this name Yahweh. Okay. Oh, by the way, when I say Yahweh, I don't mean the Tetragrammaton. Okay, the Tetragrammaton, of course, we know that it is in the Tanakh, is in the Old Testament. Okay, it's basically it's Yod, Het, Vav, and Het, right? So it is not pronounced as Yahweh. All right, we don't know what the pronunciation is. Okay. So when I say Yahweh is false, Yahweh is Satan, I'm talking about the pronunciation Yahweh, not YHWH in general. Okay, because we don't know how YHWH is pronounced. I have no problems with the appellation YHWH being attached to God, but I do have a problem if you vocalize it as Yahweh, right? because all historical records, all the documentation that I have, all the archaeological resources that I have access to, clearly shows that this entity Yahweh is a pagan god. Right? So that is my position. Okay. Okay, this is very weird that I'm talking about Yahweh early in the morning, but I'm still waiting for anyone to come on, and to have a discussion. And Muslims or non-Muslims, you're most welcome, of course. Right? So yeah. Let me see now. Yes, there's another piece of news. All right, there's another piece of news that I should be sharing with you. 2 days ago, I was actually invited to go on modern day debate. In fact, right now there is this debate on MDD. Yeah. The title being Does Islam Oppress Women? I was supposed to be one of the speakers, but I told James that it was too short a notice, because he uh, emailed me on Friday morning, and he wanted me, sorry, yesterday morning, and he wanted me to debate today. And because I'm having this show now, I've already planned for this show to happen. It's totally, impossible for me to debate while running this show, right? So I told him, no, I'm sorry, I can't join that debate. So I think he got another person. Okay. So the debate is actually happening right now, but because I'm running this show, therefore I won't be able to watch it live. I did watch it before I joined, or before I started this live stream. So, but in any case, I will go back to watching it. Another thing is that James did tell me that he might be having another debate on a similar topic regarding women in Islam next month, and he would like me to be part of the debating team. So okay, I said yes. I said yes to that. So it is possible that next week, sorry, not next week, but next month, you will see me on MDD, inshallah. Right. So my debating career is not over yet. Okay. All right. So I think there are some brothers here who are right now online. Okay. Boji 2.2. Yes. Hi there. Assalamualaikum. Are you a Muslim? I'm just wondering. All right. Then we have Omar. Walaikum salam warahmatullah. I don't think I've seen you before, brother. But I'm happy that you decided to join me. Right. So I'm always welcome to new faces. Okay. I don't know what happened to my regulars. My regulars aren't appearing right now. So I guess it's because it's early in the morning Malaysian time, and it should be around 9 something their time at night. So perhaps because it's a Sunday. So perhaps they are doing something, right? So they're doing something. I mean, it's supposed to be a Saturday, I think, in their time. So right now in Malaysia, it's a Sunday, okay? Because in Malaysia we are about 8 hours ahead of the continental US, okay? So if it's 9:58 a.m. here in Malaysia, then it should be 9:58 p.m. or 8:58 p.m. at night, Saturday, all right? In the US, all right? Okay. So yeah. Anyway, a good day to you, and a good day, a good morning, a good afternoon, a good night, wherever you are. Okay. So I'm still waiting for people to come and join my live stream, and join. Oh, by the way, the link has been provided. The StreamYard link has been provided in the chat as usual. So if you want to hop on, by all means. Okay. Yeah, this time this is not the Challenge Me series, so Muslims and non-Muslims can both join the stream. And if you are a non-Muslim, if you want to ask questions about Islam, then yeah, by all means you can do so. All right. Okay, Brother Omar asked this question: how often will you be streaming? I'll be streaming at least once a week. Okay, once a week around this time, Malaysian time. All right, 9:45 or 9:15 if possible, 9:15 to 9:45 a.m. Malaysian time. And the length of the stream is, of course, dependent upon whether there are people who are watching it, or whether I have whether I have free time or not, right? So but right now, yes, I should be able to stream right until 2 or 3 hours, right? So I don't think it matters anyway. Okay. So yeah. Yes. Okay, Boji 2.2. Not really, but I have understanding of it's actually La ilaha illallah. Okay. I don't know if you write that. It's a bit inaccurate, but I get what you mean. All right. Just love to learn new knowledge. If you want to hop on, please do, and we can have a chat about what you believe or what you know about Islam, by all means, please come on board and yeah, we can have a chat. All right. So you don't have to switch on your camera. Okay, you can just click on the StreamYard link, and we can have a nice chat about what you think that means, as well as what your opinion of Islam is. I'm always welcome to discussions from non-Muslims about Islam, right? That's the whole point of the show, right? I am, after all, the Muslim apologist. Okay, so oh dear, I forgot one important thing that I should be doing. So before I continue this chat and this discussion, cue in my intro. Yeah. So yeah, that's my intro. All right. So yeah, I forgot to play that before uh continuing the stream. I got distracted by the comments. Yeah. So hey, it's always good to see new people coming in, fresh faces. Okay. Right now we have about 3 people watching the stream. That's a bit low compared to my previous streams, but hey, I mean, I'm okay with it. I can run the stream for about an hour or 2 hours, doesn't matter. Okay. Oh dear, okay, this guy again. All right. Okay. Yeah, Skyworks, I noticed that you're always here, but you don't come on my live streams. I don't get it. What's hindering you from coming onto my live stream? Okay. Um this is your chance to again come onto the live stream and talk about Islam if you want. Ask your questions about Islam, okay? And the format is going to be a bit different, or very different from the Challenge Me series, okay? So in the Challenge Me series, I don't switch on my camera, okay? But in this particular series, this weekly live stream series, I switch on my camera. You can see my face, right? You can see my room, my messy room at the back, all right? Okay, so right now we have about 4 viewers right now. 4 viewers right now. Okay, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, so I'm still waiting for people to come on stream. Okay. Let me see if I can invite anyone to come on stream right now. Okay. Let me see now. I didn't actually share this link with anyone, with any group of people. That could be the reason why there's this low number of live streams. Okay, let me see now. Brother Omar, I'm currently not ready to join a live stream. I'm thinking of waiting to have an informative video, man. All right, that's your choice, Aki. Yes, it's fine. It's totally fine. Right. But I hope you will stay around and leave your comments or ask anything if you want. Okay. Like I said, it doesn't have to be about religion. It can be about something else, as long as it's not too um diverted, or it does not veer away too much from the point of this show, which is basically to talk about Islam and religion, right? Okay. But I don't mind if you ask anything which is, maybe it's unrelated, but hey, I can spare a few minutes to talk about those issues. Okay. So yeah, still waiting for my number one fan, Palestinian Star, to come online, but I don't think he probably will not come. Okay, I know that last night he was around, but I'm not sure about today. Okay, I'm not sure whether he will be around today. Um, okay, I'm just going to share this link to my phone. Let me see now. It's very strange that my number of supporters. Okay, I'm going to share this link. Yeah, then there's this link. Let me see now. Class Theology, Islamic Talk Group, Kristolog Nusantara. Nah, not that. Maybe yeah. Let's see whether there will be more people coming in, right? Once I've shared my live stream. Okay. I'm still waiting. Right. So all right. Okay, that should be fine. Yeah, like the title says, you can come on stage and ask me anything. About Islam, and there's no particular format. Okay, you can ask anything you want. And yeah, still waiting for people to come on. There's 2 people right now watching this live stream. I would think that perhaps there will be more people coming in. Okay, usually it's like this. For the first 10 to 20 minutes, there won't be many people, but then suddenly after the 20th minute, the number of viewers will suddenly jump up. Okay, that's usually the case, right? I mean, last night that happened as well, so I don't see why it wouldn't happen now, unless, of course, if the other live streams that are currently ongoing uh, are causing this issue, right? So yeah. Right. So yeah, I think there may be other streams that are actually happening right now. So I'm competing with those other streams, but hey, I don't care. Right. So this is a weekly thing that I intend to commit to. Okay. It has to be at the same times, because if I don't do it at the same times, then people will lose trust in this channel. And if people lose trust in this channel, then they won't come to this channel. And if they don't come to this channel, then uh even it doesn't matter whether I do a live stream or not, nobody's going to come. Okay, so if I do fix a certain time, even if there's nobody who watches this channel, at least people will know, eventually people will know that MENJ does a live stream on his channel at around 9:15 to 9:45 a.m. Malaysian time, and he will always be there every Sunday, right? Every Sunday morning. So um if let's say that that particular person in question the particular person in question feels that he could not join on that particular day, he would probably join the following week. So that is my intention, that is my target audience there, right? So I just want to ensure that I will always be around on a Sunday morning at around this time, all right? So that I'll try to get that, of course, regular as I can, and as weekly as I can, right? To sum it up, right? Oh, Skyworks left a comment. Okay, let me check. Just thought I'll pop over and give you a view. Not really interested in staying. That's far better staying. Yeah. What are those better streams that you are mentioning? Okay. I mean, I had a good stream last night, but you did not even join as well. So I don't know what's your definition of a better stream, right? So okay. I want to find a way to link the story of Adam to evolution. Well, Aki, if you want to ask my opinion about evolution, my position is that there is such a thing as micro evolution, meaning within the species, like for example fish, let's say they grow an extra tail or something like this, or extra fin, due to the extreme climate changes that change that they experience, or due to some external factor that cause them to adapt. Then yes, there is such a thing, there is that kind of evolution. Okay, and I have no problems accepting that. But if you are talking about macro evolution, meaning a fish suddenly turning into another species, then no, I don't accept that. Okay, like how Darwinists proclaim that uh, man are evolved from apes, right? So according to their narrative, apes evolved over several millennia or several millions of years into humankind, into the human race. That particular theory I do not accept. Okay, I reject that because it goes against the Quran as well. Okay, because you have to keep in mind that the Quran clearly says that Adam was created without any form of evolution whatsoever, and that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala created man in the best form, in the best manner. So by adopting a position that men were evolved from apes, or somehow uh men evolved from from a previous species to what men become today, that goes against Islam, and I don't buy that, and it's not scientifically proven as well. Okay, I mean, and I don't think that I can accept such an idea as well, right? So that is my position, right? Okay. Okay. What was your favorite moment of your? What was the favorite moment of your debates? Not sure what you mean here. Not sure what you mean here. Maybe you need to specify which debate you were referring to. I had a lot. I have had a lot of debates. Okay. I guess my favorite one would be the one I had with Randolph Randolph Richardson. Yeah, I don't know. He proclaims himself to be the president of Canadian atheists. Okay, I don't know what that even means, but hey, he claims to represent atheists in Canada. Okay, but I had a wonderful discussion with him in that debate. I mean, it was supposed to be a debate, but it ended up to become a discussion, and I think that was my favorite debate because or discussion. Okay, because we actually exchanged knowledge, right? Even though, like I said, even though it was supposed to be a debate, but it turned out to be so civil and such a pleasant discussion that it didn't even feel like a debate, right? It didn't even feel like a debate. Okay. Oh, by the way, we have 4 viewers right now. See, I told you that there will be more people coming on. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for joining, viewers who just joined. Oh, it just jumped up to 5. Okay, thank you very much for joining the live stream. Okay, I really do appreciate your presence. Okay. Okay, we have we have a comment from Cham Munawa. Walaikum salam warahmatullah. Always welcome to have you here. All right. Omar Abdul, have you debated the guy? Are you talking about a pussy? Yes, I have. And to my most deepest regret, I have debated the moron. Okay, so I find that he has zero knowledge about Islam. Okay, the knowledge that he gets were all taken from anti-Islam material. Okay, I mean the guy is clearly not knowledgeable at all. I mean the idiot actually said that the Muwatta Imam Malik is not a fiqh work. He is on record saying that Muwatta Imam Malik, which is actually the first fiqh work in the world, in the Muslim world, okay, one of the first, okay, not the first, but one of the first fiqh works in the Muslim world, it's not a fiqh work, which is really. I was slapping my head on the. I was, in my mind, I was actually trying. I was hitting my head against the wall when I heard that. Okay, I was like, so I was thinking. I mean, it wasn't apparent during that debate, but in my heart, I was thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about? What the hell this guy thinks he's saying? Okay, because clearly he's ignorant. Okay, he's just so ignorant. Okay, so ignorant on that regard. I mean, the guy claims to be an expert on Islam, but he doesn't know this. I mean, how could you say that the Muwatta Imam Malik is not a fake work? Okay, and there's so many other mistakes as well. I mean, the guy said that let me see now. What did he say? Yeah, he said Reliance of the Traveler is a renowned work. Oh my god! And he said that Reliance of the Traveler is the first English translated fake work. Is the first translated fake work. Translated work into English. My God, this guy is so ignorant. Okay, I mean, he keeps pushing for Reliance of the Traveler. Okay, do you know why he keeps pushing for the validity of the Reliance of the Traveler, even though, especially in my part of the world. Okay, by the way, I'm a Malaysian. In case you don't know that, okay, I am from the Southeast Asian region. Okay, and my country is Malaysia. For those who are not aware, okay, and in my part of the world, we don't have even a translation of the Reliance of the Traveler in our native language. Okay, and we have so many other works, other major works like Sahih al-Bukhari, like Kitab especially Imam An-Nawawi's 40 Hadith, even Imam Al-Ghazali's Riyadus Salihin. We have that in our national language, in the Malay language, right? But we never had any translation of the Reliance of the Traveler in Malay. And do you know why that is so? It's because we don't need Reliance of the Traveler. Okay, because Reliance of the Traveler is a later work. I think it's 14th century. Okay, but we already have earlier works than that. So why do we need the Reliance of the Traveler? Why do we need to get the Reliance of the Traveler translated when we already have more authentic sources which are closer, which are earlier to the than the reliance of the traveler. You see, so so that is why for me especially, coming from this region, I don't find the reliance of the traveler to be anything useful. Okay, until today I still cannot get why no Hamim Keller translated that work into English, because yes, I know it's a Shafi'i manual, okay, but it's not used here at all. I mean, by the way, the majority of Muslims here in the Southeast Asian region are Shafi'i, okay. Although I myself I wouldn't say that I ascribe fully to Shafi'i rules, but generally speaking, yes, I would say that I do follow the Shafi'i madhab, and basically the Muslims here follow the Shafi'i madhab, okay. So you would think that I would know more about the reliance of the traveler than this guy, this German Turk who claims to be an expert on Islam simply because he became an apostate. Okay, so that is the level of intelligence that this guy has. Okay, and yes, unfortunately, this work, the reliance of the traveler, has been used and misused by anti-Islam forces. I mean, you can see it. You can see the PDF versions on their sites. Okay, they actually, out of so many fake works that we have, why do you think the anti-Islam forces uh, are spreading the contents of the reliance of the traveler? Okay, yeah. See, so I've read the Reliance a long time ago, and I find that it's very outdated, and it's very cultural specific. Okay, and some of the rulings are not even practiced here in Malaysia. Okay, even though we are Shafi'i. Okay, so it's totally irrelevant to what we approach religion, especially with regards to madhab as Shafi'i. Okay, so yeah, so that's my take on it. So if anyone, any Islamophobe, okay, not just that guy with the anxiety issues, but also any Islamophobe in general, if they try to push onto you, or try to force you to accept the contents of the reliance of the traveler, you the reason is because they saw it from some anti-Islam website or some anti-Islam article, because anti-Islam Islamophobes, they just love to use this work as their source. Okay, and just basically, if they just rely on the reliance of the traveler, okay, pun intended. Okay, if they just rely on the reliance of the traveler, then you will know that that's the only fake work that they know. They don't know anything about Kita They don't know anything about Subuhus Salam. They don't know anything about Bulugul Maram or Riyadus Solihin, or so many other fake works in the world, in the Muslim world. But why are you just talking about the reliance of the traveler? Umdat. By the way, the Arabic is Umdat as-Salik. Okay, so yeah, I know about this work for a long time. Okay, I mean, even ever since I started in my apologetics work. All right, so it's not new to me. I think that when I had that debate with him, that idiot didn't know anything. Okay, that idiot didn't know anything about my experience, my journey in the world of comparative religion. I mean, I have been doing this far longer than that guy with the anxiety issues. Okay, so I know very well what their tricks are and what they are up to. So I can read through the lines. I can see through their lies. Okay, it's a gift that God Almighty has given uh, to me, Alhamdulillah, because of my wide experience. And I don't know whether it's unfortunate or fortunate, but hey, uh, that's what I've been given, and I intend to fully use this gift for the cause of Islam, inshallah. Right. Okay. I think this guy, this troll, is trying to be a troll again. Okay. MENJ doesn't understand evolution. Okay, why don't you come on stage and elucidate to me on what you think evolution is? Okay, I mean, if you think that I'm ignorant about evolution, then hey, you have the link. Why don't you show your geniusity, your intelligence, and come on stream and tell me what you think evolution is like? Okay, don't just hide behind the comment section, right? Okay. MENJ is unaware of your own feeling with regard to internet and ability to see anything outside. Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah. And yet you are here, right? If you think that I have a lack of intelligence, and if you think I have an inability to see anything outside of the Islamic lenses, then why are you here? Okay, why are you here? Why are you trolling this show? Okay, so yeah, I think your presence here just goes to show that I am a threat to you, a threat to your way of life, and that for me is an achievement. Okay, troll. Okay, Omar Abul. Okay, I feel like I have that power as well. Yeah. I guess for us who have been involved in, in apologetics for a long while, then you will have this gift, this God-given gift to look through their lies, and you will feel the urge, you will feel the compelling need, the compelling urge, the compelling emotion to expound what you know, expound what you know to other Muslims, so that you can warn other Muslims about this group of people, this Islamophobic group of people, right? So that is what I have been doing for the past well, on YouTube it would be the past 2 years. Okay, I started my YouTube channel in 2020, and it's 2023 now. Okay, so I guess it has been 3 years. Oh no, yeah, 2020, 2021, 2022. Yeah, it has been 3 years. It has been 3 years since I started my channel, right? So yeah, I think so far it has been very good for me. And considering that I'm not a full-time YouTuber, I'm just doing this part-time. I'm just doing this out of passion, okay? Because my profession is totally something else. I feel that I think I've achieved certain milestones, but of course it is never enough, because I feel that I need to reach a wider audience, and I feel that I can do more. I should be doing more, but I have a life. Okay, I'm not sitting in front of the monitor 24/7. I have a wife, I have a son, and I have a family to feed. So of course they are always my priority. Okay, I mean apologetics is one thing, but my family is always another, right? And I will always prioritize my family above apologetics. But that being said, I love apologetics because it is part of me, it is who I am. Okay. And I think by sharing my knowledge, what I know about apologetics, and what I know about Islam, and what I know about comparative religion in general, I feel that I can contribute something to the Muslim world, especially, and for the betterment of mankind in general. Okay, so yeah, so that is what I aim to achieve. And wow, we have 6 viewers right now. 6 viewers right now, mashallah. Oh, it just dropped to 5. All right, it's all right. But I'm still waiting for someone to come on stream and click on the link. Right? I'm not sure what's keeping you from clicking on the link. The link is right there in the chat box above. If you want to have a discussion, you want to ask your questions about Islam, if you want to have a chat, hey, by all means, please click on the link. All right. So let me see now. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I've already shared my link, but nobody's coming on. I guess it's because it's a Sunday, so so um, let me see now. Okay, so I'm still waiting for someone to come on the link. All right, so Brother Omar again. Next time I can send a video that I will post about my analysis on evolution with Adam, the Isaiah Noah, and all right, sure, please do by all means. All right, if you have a video about it, yeah, sure, why not? Okay, I'll be very interested to see that. Right. So yeah, I'm still waiting for people to come. I mean, I have viewers. I have actually have viewers, five viewers right now. But why is nobody coming on stream? Everyone is watching me, but nobody is interacting with me. Yeah. What's the point of me having a live stream if nobody wants to interact with me? I don't want to talk to the monitor alone. Do you want me to dance in front of the monitor in order to attract people, in order for you to come on stream? Okay, while waiting for more people to come, and also, hopefully someone would want to join, I'm going to take a bottle of Sprite and pour it into my cup. and I'm going to take a swig at this because I'm still waiting, right? I haven't taken my breakfast, by the way, so this would be my first drink of the day. All right. Yeah, I have 6 viewers right now watching me. I have 6 viewers right now watching me drinking a cup of Sprite. Okay, but nobody is willing to come on stage and talk to me or chat with me on any topic. I don't know why. I don't know why is that. Okay. Okay. So okay. Yeah, I'm still waiting for people to come online. I mean, wow, 6 viewers right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's very encouraging. I mean, I wasn't expecting many viewers, that many. I mean, but hey, that's good. That's good. I've yet to be ready to join. Nah, it's okay, Brother Omar. I'm not forcing you to join. If you don't wish to join, I can't force you, right? I mean, I can take the horse to the water, but I can't force the horse to drink. Okay. So but I understand. I mean, you may not be ready to join a live stream. That's by all means is fine. Perhaps you will want to come onto my next live stream, inshallah, which will be next week and around the same time as well. Okay. So anyway, I'm just going to babble on about my life. Okay. So right. So yeah, like I said, I'm still I have a well, I used to have a day job. Okay, but right now I'm in between jobs. I'm still looking. So hopefully, I'm hopeful that by the end of this month, I should be getting a new job, right? And yeah, I don't do this full time. Okay. Although I have every intention whatsoever to start moving towards becoming a full time apologist, because I feel that I should commit myself to apologetics full time, and I feel that yeah, I think in my industry, uh, I think that age is a factor, and considering that I am in the 4 series now, it won't be long before my industry will push me out. Okay, will push me out from the industry because of my age, and as you grow older, okay, as you grow older, your wage, your worth, your wage worth will increase. Okay, and unfortunately, the companies in Malaysia, they are not willing to pay for an experienced executive like me. Okay, they're not willing to pay a high amount uh for that experience. Okay, I mean, like for example, if I were a senior exec, I'm a senior exec now actually. If my worth is about let's say 8,000 USD, for example, I'm using USD as a standard, right? If my worth is around 8,000 USD, the companies in Malaysia are only willing to pay up to 6,000 USD. Okay, they won't pay anything more than 6,000 because it's too expensive for them, according to them. Okay, although in my particular industry, I know that they're making thousands and thousands of ringgit. Okay, but for them, they don't want to. For them, it's like this. Why do they need to pay 8,000 USD when they could get someone for far cheaper, which is worth like a quarter of the price, like maybe 3,000 USD a month for that person. And that person, even though he or she may not be as experienced as the person who is worth 8,000 USD, but that person can pretty much just complete the job, and maybe may not be able to give better insight than the experienced guy, but it's still the job is still delivered, and they get to cook in the profits. They get to cook in the high profits that they gain from it. Okay, so that's just the nature of my industry. Okay, and I feel that the clock is ticking for me, and it won't be long before I will be pushed out of this industry. Unfortunately, that is just how things are in Malaysia. So I think that in the next 2 years, I have to prepare myself to fully transition to becoming a full-time YouTuber, or in other words, to become a full-time Muslim apologist. Okay, so I might be fully self-employed by then. Okay, and I think I need to move towards that. So yeah, I'm slowly moving towards that. I don't want to, it wasn't my intention to do this full time, at least not for now, not so soon. Especially, I was thinking, maybe perhaps, in 5 years or 10 years down the road, then I would probably revisit this idea. But the things have changed in the industry that made me rethink my position, and I feel that I cannot wait for 5 to 10 years, because by the time that happens, I will be without a job. Okay, I will be without uh, a day job anymore, and I will be pushed out from my industry. So before that happens, it is best if I set up myself uh, as a full-time YouTuber. And honestly, I prefer doing content like this. I prefer um, doing live streams and sharing my experience, sharing my knowledge to Muslims and non-Muslims, honest Muslims and non-Muslims. I stress that I enjoy sharing my knowledge to honest non-Muslims, and speak to honest non-Muslims, and discuss and debate with honest non-Muslims. All right. So I think that this is my strength. Okay, because I guess maybe it runs in my blood as well, because my wife, my wife was an educator. My mom was an educator as well. So I guess I just love to educate people too. Okay, I was in the environment of educators. Okay, my father wasn't an educator, but my mom was, and I guess my mom influenced me somewhat to become an educator in a way, right? So yeah, I think I really have to give a serious rethink about going into YouTubing full time. Yeah, unfortunately, I will have to become another David Wood and beg for money from Patreon and all this. I really don't like doing that. I mean, I would just want to do this as a passion, and not as a hobby, but as a passion. And yeah, maybe I'll get some income from it, but not as my main income. Obviously, not money to be used to feed my family, right? But unfortunately, yeah, like I said, I don't think I can continue in my day job in the next in the next 2 to 3 years. The industry is such that, like I said, it will push me out. It will push me out eventually. Okay, I mean, this coming month, I'm pretty sure I will land a new job, inshallah. Okay, I'm hopeful that I will land a new job. The industry still needs me, but the industry will not need me in the next 3 years. Okay, unfortunately, that is the reality that I have to face. That's the reality I have to face, and before that happens, I will transition to a full-time YouTuber, or basically I will become a full-time Muslim apologist online, 24/7 on YouTube. Yeah. So I have no choice. I have no choice in this regard. Okay. So I guess I will make a career out of apologetics, which is not something that I fancy, but I don't have a choice. I don't exactly have a choice. It's also for my survival as well. So I really don't like it. The idea is even distasteful to me, but I have no choice about this. Okay. So I'll just but I'll offer something to subscribers. I'll offer videos. I'll offer content. I'll offer knowledge. I'll offer gifts, perhaps, to Muslims who, or even merch. Yeah, you can even. I'll probably start selling shirts like this. Okay, yeah, shirts like this. I can even start merch like this, and merch like this, and start selling them online. And perhaps even a mark with my logo, right? So yeah, I will do. I will try. I will have to look into doing that. Unfortunately, but yeah, I just don't like that idea. But I just have no choice, because my industry is will in the next 3 years. Like I said, in the next 3 years, my industry will not need me anymore. Okay, because I will be too expensive to maintain. Okay, in spite of all my experience, and in spite of my capabilities, and I know I have a very high capability in my industry. Okay, but my wage just will be too expensive for any company to pay me with. Okay, so they won't want me after that. Okay, right? So that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Right? And yeah, as long as I'm able to sustain my current way of life, I guess, that will be enough for me if I do decide to do this full time. Okay. So yeah. By the way, why is this live stream turning into a sharing session instead of a conversation? I'm not sure why am I sharing my I'm not sure why am I sharing my personal information here. It's supposed to be a interaction. There's supposed to be non-Muslims here coming on stage and asking me questions. I really don't get why nobody's coming. There are 6 people right now. There's 6 viewers right now, and nobody's coming online. Okay, brother Omar, I understand why he wouldn't want to come, but Skyworks, I don't know. What's your excuse? Okay, what's your excuse? Omar, okay, brother Omar again. Who do you want to debate with? Oh, that's a very interesting question. That's a very good question. You mean on MDD? I don't know. Actually, I have no one in particular that I want to debate with. Okay, because I think pretty much debated everyone that I want to. Yeah, a pussy is someone that I have regrets debating after the debate, but I don't regret the decision to debate him. Okay, okay. If that makes sense, that is. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have anyone in mind whom I think that I should be debating. Okay, David Wu is definitely out of the question. I would never want to debate him. Okay, Sam Shamoon definitely no. I would never want to debate. Although there were a lot of people. There were a lot of people who wanted me to debate Sam Shamoon. I said no because I have no intention whatsoever to debate that botak. Okay, the wife beater is actually doing live streams and milking his followers of money. Okay, I mean the live streams that he does are totally boring. Okay, they last for like 3 to 5 hours, and he just rambles on about all sorts of nonsensical biblical verses which doesn't make any sense. It's not even on a personal level. I really don't get why people watch his live streams. Okay, like hundreds of people watch his live streams. It's really absurd. I don't get why anyone would want to watch that botak. Okay. Okay. I mean, he has such an ugly face as well. So why the hell would anyone want to watch him? Okay. Right. There's no appeal in watching him ranting on screen in his kitchen of all places, talking about all sorts of assorted biblical verses, which again has nothing whatsoever to do with his content. With his topic sometimes, and yet people still watch him. Okay. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But hey, it's his bread and butter, right? It's how he survives. Otherwise the guy would not have a job. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take that path as well. Maybe I might have to, start long live streams and start talking in front of the camera and make money out of it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I have no intention whatsoever to turn out like this idiot. Okay, so yeah, it's a good question, but at the moment I have no one in particular. Going back to your question, I have no particular individual in particular that I want to debate with. Although maybe the idea of debating destiny would actually be intriguing. Maybe Matt Dillahunty, I'm not really sure, because seems that Matt Dillahunty is quite rational, but I don't know. I don't know. But these are atheists, right? So I want to debate a Christian debater. There aren't that many around. Okay, apart from those 2 hooligans, David Wood and Sam Shamoon, and both are off my list. Okay, I'm definitely not going to debate these two Islamophobes. Okay, these 2 carrier Islamophobes. Okay, so yeah, David Wood is a no. Sam Shamoon is a no. But I'm willing to debate any other Christian individuals who want to approach Islam with a pure and clean heart. Okay, and are not malicious like the 2 names that I mentioned earlier. Okay, so if you have any names whom you think I should be talking to or should be debating with, then hey, feel free to name drop them. Okay. I'm still waiting for people to come online, and there's 7 people right now. There's 7 viewers right now watching this live stream. But why is nobody entering my channel, my platform? I'm still waiting for someone to come onto the backstage. Okay. I'm still waiting for someone to come onto the backstage. All right. Okay. So I have about 7 viewers right now, but there's nobody on the backstage. I don't get it. Okay, I don't get it. Still waiting, I guess. Still waiting. Okay, let me see now. Yeah, I think oh my god, there's 8 viewers right now. 8 viewers. Thank you very much for joining my live stream. Okay. Thank you for joining my live stream, and I do appreciate your presence. Okay, it looks like I'm going to be babbling to myself for the next 1 hour or so because nobody's interested to come onto my live stream, which you can actually find in the chat above, and you can just click on it, and you can come onto the backstage and ask me anything, or have a discussion, or have a chat, or debate with me about Islam. Okay, so I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for someone to do this. Whether you are Muslim or non-Muslim, you can do this. You can come onto the backstage. All right. Okay. Invite a Muslim on. Why are you not coming on? What's your excuse, dude? Okay. I mean, you don't have an excuse. All right. 8 viewers online. Okay. 8 viewers. 8 viewers. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Zahir Khan. Would you debate ex-Muslim Christians such as Professor David Alzoni? I've never heard of this name, but hey, if he wants to debate, then yeah, why not? I don't see why would there be any reason not to debate him, right? Yeah, sure, sure. Are you a Christian, by the way, Zahir Khan? Because I can see that I can see your profile. You are using let me see now. I think you're using yeah, you're using a Muslim profile, right? So profile pic, right? So I'm just wondering whether you're Muslim. I guess you are a Muslim, Aki. Not sure about that. Yeah. Okay. 8 viewers right now. 8 viewers right now. Yeah, 8 viewers right now. Good to know that there are people who are willing to watch me ranting in front of a screen, talking about goodness knows what, but which has absolutely nothing to do with religion at the moment. I really don't get it. Right? I really don't get it. But hey, I'm still waiting for people who wants to jump on. Okay, maybe I'll talk about my books. Okay, I'm going to talk about my books. Okay, so yeah, I have some books here, right? So which I'm reading again. Okay, so yeah, I have this Studies in Early Hadith Literature by Dr. M. Azami, the late Dr. Al-Mahum Dr. M. Azami. Okay, he passed away two years ago, or was it 3 years ago? I don't remember. And then it's about the hadiths, obviously. And then yeah, there is this the Quran, an internal challenge, right? Translated and edited by Adil Salahi. Okay, it's written by Muhammad Abdul Wadras, right? It talks about the expressions and the immutability of the Quran, the language, the the balagha, basically the vocabulary that is used in the Quran, which clearly cannot be anything but of a divine source. Okay, so yeah, so this is Zai Khan. Oh, I'm clearly researching Islam. I'm a Christian. Oh, okay, all right. So by all means, you can come on to the live stream if you want, and you can have a chat with me about anything about Islam or about Christianity, anything, right? Not a if you want a debate, we can even have a short mini debate too here, if you so choose. But it's up to you. Okay, you can just click on the link, and I will put you and you can come on the back chat, and yeah, we can have a discussion if you want. All right. So anyway, the next book that I have is this. This has been with me for a very long time. Yeah, The Sciences of the Quran. Yeah, by Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Aidoy. Yeah. He's not a well-known scholar, but in this part of the world, we know him very well. Okay, and this book has been very important to me. Okay, um, in my journey in apologetics, I find that I refer to this book a lot whenever the issue of Qira'at, or the issue of Jam al Quran, especially, or the issue of Quran and sciences, or tafsir, this kind of basic information about Islam appears. Okay, and I find that, I mean, there are also other better authors than him, but I mean good authors as well apart from him, but he's the guy to go to if you want to have a basic knowledge. And then we have also another book by Dr. M. Al-Azami. So this, the history of the Quran. This focuses more on the history of how the Quran was compiled and preserved. Okay, so we actually have and he compares it with the Bible, which is not something Muslims usually do when they write books on Jam al-Quran. Okay, and then there are some nice photos here. The earliest manuscripts. Okay, and then studies about the mushafs, especially the Mushaf Usman. Okay, and I've got a story of the so-called Qurani burning during Uthman's time, which which, by the way, if you listened to my podcast on that topic with Dr. Joseph Lambert, then you will see that you'll find that this so-called burning wasn't widespread. Okay, it was just a few manuscripts. Okay, but the way that Christian missionaries put it is as though it's widespread and it was a massive burning, and actually it wasn't so. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, to counter the lies of especially the Christian missionaries, because they like to exaggerate events in Islamic history when there is no evidence to prove their claim. Okay. Have you ever visited other Austronesian countries? Apart from countries like, I've only been, in all my history of traveling outside of Malaysia, I've only been to Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan. These three countries. Other than that, I've not been to any other country. Oh yeah, one more country, United States. Yeah, United States. So 4 countries out of my entire life of 43 plus years old. I've only been to 4 countries. Okay, so hopefully I will be able to go to other countries. Oh, Claire's here. All right, I'm going to bring in Claire. All right, since Claire is already here.
Hello.
Hi, Claire.
Hello.
Hi.
Long time no speak.
Yeah,
I think we
long
only
time.
talk
It's been a long. Yeah, it's been a long time, Claire.
Yes. I think we only talk when you're in between jobs, when you have time to do this, because maybe the
Yes,
time is
that's right.
not
That's right.
suitable
That's right.
for us.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
understood.
nearly
Understood. Yeah.
yes, nearly
How
3
have you
a.m.
been doing, Claire?
Yeah, I've been keeping busy. I think I've been um, advancing the argument about why um, why the West might like to adopt Islam. And today's
Yes.
news about Sherman Burgess was very
Oh
interesting,
yes.
wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I was going to ask you about that. I was going to ask you, why do you think there has been a sudden pivot towards Islam by this so-called, by these people who were formerly right-wing, extremists, like this Sanon Burgess, for example. Like, you have seen people like I think there was this guy called Arnold Van Doom, who was also with was also an extremist, was also against Islam, but now he has become a Muslim. And then there's also Joram von Cleveren, I think, the Dutch guy who was part of Geert Wilders' party, and now he has become a Muslim as well. And then there's this German individual who was also a right winger, but he became a Muslim as well. So why do you think this is happening?
Well, I suppose it's under the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, and I think the problem is that they don't have a religion that they believe in. That is the problem
Yeah,
of Westerners. They don't believe in
I see.
liberalism anymore, and liberalism replaced Christianity. And I think they always hated Christianity because they were forced into it. You know, all these
I see.
stories
I
about
see.
heretic
But
burning and
when these people are going against Islam in the past, and they were claiming to to protect Christianity. So why the sudden change in their hearts?
well, I think they just. Sorry, what was the question? Why do they hate Islam, why do they protect?
No. I mean, no. Previously, they were hating Islam, right? Because they claimed that they were protecting Christianity. But so why are they now suddenly switching to Islam? And going against Christianity, the very thing that they claim to protect in the past.
Well, actually, it's not they who are supposed to protect Christianity, but that Christianity is supposed to protect them. And I suppose they realize that
Okay.
Christianity cannot protect them. It cannot make them
Yeah.
marry before having children, which is what all the
Yeah.
world religions do. And Christianity was the weakest link. It stopped, before all the other religions to
Yeah.
enforce the rule of marrying before having children. And they're suffering
Mm-hmm.
the worst kind of degeneracy with really high rates of illegitimacy, and that's why they're
All
getting
right.
stupider and weaker. And I mean, the thing is, their government doesn't even protect them. I sort of know why they're so upset, because in the UK there was this story of this boy, this 14-year-old boy in Wakefield, which is quite a heavily
Okay.
Muslim majority area,
Yeah.
and so the rumor was that the boy was playing around with the Quran, and
Okay.
four of his associates were suspended, and then there was this humiliating exchange video of his mother apologizing and saying she didn't want to pursue any charges even against the boys who threatened her boy with
Okay.
death threats.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess for them it would be particularly humiliating. And there were the police nodding away, and I just said, you have no principles, you don't know how to behave towards each other, and you can't defend a principle if you have none. And our principles come from moral principles, and moral principles come from religious principles, and you can't have
Yeah.
religious principles if you have no religion. And
Indeed.
Christians don't have any. They don't
True.
have any principles. I mean, other than the principle of worshipping Jesus as God. They have nothing, they just don't
Exactly.
believe in anything.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Like I think like a wise man once said, if you don't have anything to stand for, then you're sorry, I kind of forgot the quote. Wait, let me see now. Let me Google that up. And
Yeah,
if
yeah, I
you're
can almost remember it, but I
standing,
can't remember.
yeah, let me Google that.
If you stand for nothing.
If you stand up for nothing, then what did he say? I don't remember. If you,
Yeah, I know Hizb ut-Tahrir like it. And yeah, they were
I
using it
forgot,
more like,
I forgot the quote. If you stand
yeah.
up for, you stand up. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is the one. Yes, I found the quote. If you are tolerant of everything, then you stand up for nothing. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. If you're tolerant of everything, then you stand up for nothing. Yeah. So that's the phrase. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the wise man in question is Andrew Tate. By the way.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I hope he's doing
Oh,
fine.
yes, no, no.
I hope he's doing. I heard that is there any news about him? Do you know anything of what
I,
has
I,
happened to him?
yeah, I mean,
Why?
I heard he's got lung cancer.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what I.
yeah, that's the rumor that has been going around now. I don't know. I don't know where that rumor is coming from. Okay,
But
so
he's still tweeting and posting on Facebook, so I was surprised. I thought they'd stop him,
yeah,
but I guess,
I don't think it's him. I think it's probably one of his employees or someone who's close to him who's doing that. I
mhm,
don't think they will allow him access to social media anyway. Yeah, in
yeah.
prison especially or places, right? And the fact that I find it suspicious that if they have anything against him, if they are going to charge him for any wrongdoing, why is it that they are you know continuously renewing his detention order every 30 days? You would think that by now there would be a charge against him and he would be presented
They're just
before a court of
showing
law. Yeah,
I think they're
yeah,
just showing the power of the octopus that is the
yeah, yeah.
America. They're afraid of any masculine leadership that might change things. So and he was sort of
Yeah,
dancing so
yeah.
dangerously, because I mean
Yes,
actually it was
yes.
the dancing that impressed me. It's like, oh, he
Yeah,
can
yeah.
say all those things and he can fight all those
Yes,
people and he can dance so well.
yes,
But before I
yes,
forget
yes.
about the quote is like, if you if you stand for sorry, if
If you're
I
tolerant.
don't know why I just if you if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. That was the quote I was thinking of.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's a different quote, I think. Yeah, if you stand for
Mhm.
nothing, you fall for anything. Yeah, that's very valid. Yeah, I was thinking of the other quote. Yeah, if you are tolerant of everything, then you stand for nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, because
something
it
like
means
that.
that you
Yeah.
will tolerate evil, and
Yes. Mm,
you know, and, and
yeah.
and obviously
Exactly.
it's a stupid thing to tell people to tolerate everything. You know,
Exactly. 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 Yeah. You see, Muslims, we are very uncompromising in terms of the LGBTQ thing, and in terms of yeah, mostly LGBTQ, and things that are happening right now in the West is, I think, right now the talk of the town is the LGBTQ issue, right? So we are very uncompromising in that, and we don't tolerate that. So yeah, that is why I think Islam or Muslims in general are the only society who would stand in the way of LGBT, this rainbow club. You see, so yeah.
yes, yes,
Hmm.
but when you think of
Yeah.
chapter 49, verse 13, which is the verse that talks about, God created the tribes and nations and male and female, and when I read it, I thought, well, it's so obvious, and now I think they need to cling to it because they don't know if they're male or female these days, because of all the transgender stuff, and
What,
yeah,
by the way,
the
what I'm curious, by the way, Claire, I'm curious to know what is your opinion on this rainbow club. Yeah, let's try to avoid the term LGBTQ because I don't want to be demonetized.
oh,
Okay.
we can't
Yeah.
even say that now. Can we say alphabet people?
Yeah, you can say alphabet people if you need to. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
The
So
we
what do
can't
you
say
think of the
Sodom
rainbow
and
club?
Gomorrah.
I mean, apart from that, yeah.
SNG. We can say SNG. Take a while for them
SNG,
to
yeah.
come to. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, right, 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 right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
what's your position on that?
Um. Oh, sorry. What was the question again?
No, I mean, what's your position on the rainbow club? That's my question.
Well. Okay. I mean, obviously, in a properly ordered society, married parents would be the most privileged group,
Okay.
followed by non-parents, followed by people who would be treated as sex offenders. Under chapter
Okay.
24, verse 2, unmarried parents and men committing lewd acts with other men and women committing lewd acts with other women. Chapter 4, verse 15 and 16. So they would be right at the bottom.
Okay.
So and I've been telling my streaming partner who is LGBT and also a married LGBT, and um, and,
Okay.
and I'm just saying, actually, under Islam or under my proposed system, nothing bad will happen to you, if you don't get caught having sex in public, and surely,
Exactly.
you can manage that, can't you? I mean, not to have sex in public, to be caught by the police. And but obviously, in terms of status, it would affect them because technically they're sex offenders. But it would be just a way of stopping them from proselytizing and saying, we're equal to you, and we can also get married and
Okay.
adopt children, and
Right.
or you know. Because if you lower the status of the people who do the hardest work, which is, pay for their children out of tax income and worry about their education and how to provide for them, I mean, it's not fair to treat them as equal to,
Yeah.
dual income, no kids.
Exactly. 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 Yeah. Yeah. I feel that Yeah. I mean, we cannot deny the fact that there are those who have this urge, who have this tendency to that rainbow club thing. But in Islam, we don't have any problems with that as long as you don't act on those urges. Okay, so it's a test for you. Okay, it's a test for those people who have those urges. That is a test for you. Okay, it's the same as for someone who has the urge to murder, for example. Okay, yes, you have the urge to murder, but that doesn't give you the right to murder people, right? So you have the urge to murder. That's something that you need to deal with it. Eventually, in time, you will come to terms with it, and you will avoid murdering people. Okay, but that doesn't give you the license to, okay, since I have the urge to murder, Therefore, I can murder anyone I want. See, so it's the same thing with this rainbow club tendencies as well. Yeah, yeah. What's your take on
Yeah,
that?
yes, because if you were heterosexual, you think, well, at least other men are not competing with me to find a wife. It will make it easier for me to find a
Yeah,
wife. I mean, you could think like that and think,
yeah,
it's a good thing, you know.
yeah,
But
yeah, 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 yeah.
But I mean,
But
obviously, if you want the
but
race
yeah.
to
Mm,
continue, you would want most people to become parents and to have good children that they parent properly. So it means you
okay.
have to punish, um, or stigmatize divorced couples, because you have a failed marriage, it's going to be bad for the kids. But actually, the Islamic rules are very healthy in that I think I've got it right by saying that if you're divorced and you have children under 7, it goes to the mother, but after 7,
Yeah,
they go to
yeah.
the father. And I'm sure the father
No,
was like, I want to look after my
you
children on
actually,
my
yeah.
own.
Yeah, it said depends on the qadi. It depends on the judge. The judge will decide actually. Yeah, if the
Hmm.
judge feels that the father can maintain the children better than the mother, then the rights will go to the father. But if it's the other way around, then it will go to the mother. But of course, by default, it will go to the mother. But like I said, it depends on the judge's discretion, and because each case would be unique. You can like give a blanket rule
Hmm.
on every divorce or every on every family. Okay, so it depends. Okay. Yeah. Mm,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
But I think a lot of the Westerners sort of see that, with the drag queen story hour, they notice that it is Muslims who most protest against it. I mean, I know
Of
the
course.
Orthodox Jews don't like it, but they're too few in number for anybody to notice. So I
Okay,
think,
okay,
I guess
okay.
they're
Oh,
impressed by.
we have a question from Palestinian stars. Is Claire a Muslim and MENJ? No, she's not. Okay, I can tell you that. Right. Maybe you can clarify to the commenter if you are Muslim or not, Claire.
Well, I'm agnostic, but I mean, I'm really, more a political activist um, who is, trying to work out the problems of the West. And I'm saying they don't have a religion that they believe in. And because they don't believe in it, they they only pretend to believe in it, but they cheat and lie, and the hypocrites, and they basically behave so badly towards each other they don't trust each other, which is why the government finds it very difficult to do anything, because the moment
Yeah.
anybody sees a politician speaking, they assume he or she is lying, and they're
Yeah.
forfeited the trust and confidence in the government that everybody better countries have. And
Yeah.
I
That's right.
think they're finding it hard to come to terms with, because they think they are the best, the most powerful, and then they realize that they are the worst.
Okay. I think I have a question here from Idis, and I don't know why he's asking this. But doesn't the Quran allow LGBT in Surah An-Nur verse 31? Nope, it doesn't. I don't know where you get that idea. So I'm going to share the verse here on screen, and
Hmm.
we can see whether this verse actually talks about LGBT. Okay. Okay. Let me share this. Let me share the verse. Yeah. Let me zoom this. Yep. Okay. So the verse says, and tell the believing women to lower their gaze and guard their chastity and not to reveal their adornments, except what normally appears. Let them draw their veils over their chests and not reveal their hidden adornments, except to their husbands, their fathers, their father-in-law. I mean, the verse is talking about aura. I mean, except absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with with LGBT. Okay, I don't know where you get that idea from, Edis, but you are totally wrong. Okay, it's not talking at all. It's not referring to the LGBTQ. Oh, we have Brother Basim
I
on
think that there's
the
some
chat says.
reference to men who have no desire or something like that. Is in
No,
that
it's talking
verse?
about no, it's talking about the believing women, telling the believing women to cover. Yeah, it's pretty much that.
Yeah,
And
but and
two
they say you
yeah,
can display your beauty to your husband and your father, blah blah
yes,
blah,
exactly,
and
exactly,
then sort of
exactly.
bondsmen with no sexual
Yeah,
desire or something.
all men who have no sexual desire anymore. Usually around 80 above. Okay, so some people
80 and above. If you're
yeah,
70, you're
80.
still.
I mean, even if you're 70 years old, you're not going to think about that anymore, right? Okay, so yeah, I have someone on the back chat. I'm going to bring him on. Right, he's a Muslim. Okay,
I
Salam
see.
alaikum, brother.
Walaikum salam. Salam alaikum.
Uh, yeah,
Hello,
walaikum
Claire.
salam, brother. Good to see you.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Claire, by
So,
the way, it's not talking about people from the LGBT community. It's talking about men who have been castrated, who do not have balls, those have no desire for women.
exactly,
So the ayah is
exactly.
talking about them. These men are allowed to enter a room where women are present. So the men that have been castrated when they were children, their genitals have been removed so they cannot reproduce or have any testosterone or desire. So a castrato basically can enter a room with females. Homosexuality has been punished with the people of Lut, alayhi salam. And the Prophet said, wherever you find a man doing something with a man, or a female, kill both the one who it has been done with and the one doing it. So if a man is found sodomizing another man, they're both to be killed.
But there's no verse in the Quran that says that.
But we do not only take our authority from the Quran. By the way, the Quran says, أَتَأْتُونَ الذُّكْرَانَ مِنَ الْعَالَمِينَ. You take men as lust out of the others, which means the women. This is Lut addressing his people, that the sin they are doing is a grave sin. In many surah in the Quran. So it's a grave sin to say that it's okay to sodomize a man sodomizing another man, or a female having, But if you have an objection about whatever Allah has sent or His Prophet, that's your business. But do not come here and claim that's from Islam. Because we know Islam better than you and better than every disbeliever who tries to change our religion.
I'm not trying to change your religion. I cited chapter 4, verse 4, 15 and 16. I'm not denying it. I'm saying there are punishments. I am not changing your religion. I affirm it.
Yeah, but the interpretations of the Quran are not open for laymen, and also the standards from which we take legislation and stuff. You cannot just say it's not in the Quran, because we also take from the Sunnah.
Okay, well, I'm a Quranist. I'm just going to go by the Quran. There are such people who are called Quranists.
Okay,
I know you don't approve.
Why do you only believe in the Quran and not in the Sunnah?
Because I think the Quran is good enough.
By the way, brother Basim, she's not a Muslim, by the way, all right? Yeah.
She's not a Muslim?
Never claims to be one. No, she's not. Yeah.
Then why does she say she's a Quranist?
Yeah, I know it's weird, but she believes that the Quranic laws are suitable for non-Muslims, but she's not a Muslim.
Yeah, but you cannot look the same way the Quran has been transmitted to us through a chain of narration, which the Quran has the strongest chain of narration. We have many ahadith which have been with a golden narration until today. So there are people, we can name them a musnid, even one that's originally from Indonesia. Maybe brother Mohd knows him, Al-Fadani. Do you know him?
Sorry, I'm not Indonesian actually, but what was the name?
Malaysian, but Fadani. He's a great musnid. He lived around like 50 years ago. He memorized a hadith from today until the Prophet. So he knew every person in between in the chain until himself. So he did not say Bukhari said, from himself to the Prophet ﷺ. So that's how we take our religion. We take it with the golden chain of narration. We do not allow anyone to tell us you should only take the Quran, you should only and abandon the Sunnah of the Prophet.
I'm not telling you anything.
Because we would not have known.
I'm just saying that other people, if they want to adopt it, can interpret the Quran. I'm just saying, if Western countries want to adopt it, you can't stop them from interpreting it in the way that they want, because they already have their own laws that are in direct contradiction to the Quran, and you can't stop them.
No, wait. The Quran is our pharmacy. we use it to heal souls. We need professionals to heal the people. If anyone could walk into the surgery room, any layman who does not understand A from B, and walk into the surgery room to put a surgery on someone, we will try to stop him and do our best to stop him, because what he will do to that person is harming him. It can be falsehood. Same can be applied to the Quran and the Sunnah. We see it as a healing for the soul. If someone tries to corrupt souls by misinterpreting the Quran or changing its meaning or changing the Islamic religion to his own desire, we will put an end to that. And I promise people of
Put an end to it.
disbelief
What do
and
you mean?
people
What do you mean by putting an end to it? Are you
by
threatening
refuting
violence?
it, by refuting it.
Okay,
No, I'm
retreat
not
it away.
referring
But
to
I happen
violence.
to know that there are many schools of Sharia and many different traditions of Islamic jurisprudence, and you yourselves don't even agree amongst yourselves, do
No,
you?
we do
You
agree
have a
on the
problem
bit.
with the Shias.
No,
You're
I
a
do not have a
Sunni, and
problem
there
with the
are these
Shias.
Shias. What?
I do not have a problem with the Shias the same way I have a problem with people who try to put poison in our religion by bringing ideas like
So
LGBT
you
can be
believe
tolerated
in
and stuff like
what's it
that.
called? Muta marriage? Do you believe in that?
Well, it was part of the Sunnah for a while, but we believe the hukm of it is abrogated. But
Yeah,
we
it's
also
abrogated.
believe, yeah, but we also believe that in the furu', which are the things that are not the core, the creed of belief, we believe that that cannot corrupt someone. If someone, for example, there are differences in ahkam. If someone from another school has a different view on a hukm, I can still see him as my brother, pray with him, eat his food and stuff like that without having a major issue because they have their evidence for what they have and we have our evidence. But we have one thing in common that we both take from the Quran and the Sunnah when we bring our evidences. We will not allow someone uh, who has values that change every time. One like sodomy, like LGBT, like that stuff, and come and put it inside our religion, read their filth into our religion. That's something we do not accept.
I hope you're not accusing me of that. I've already said that these are punishable crimes. So I never said, oh, LGBT is fine. I've said that there are punishments, and I cited the verses. So I don't appreciate you saying, oh, I said it's okay for Muslims to do that. I didn't say that. I actually cited those verses. So, I don't think it's fair that you should say I'm pretending it's not a crime. I also explained that these people would be treated as sex offenders, and I also said that married parents should be treated as above non-parents, and non-parents treated above sex offenders, such as alphabet people, and I made all those
Yeah,
points. I never said
to
it
be
was
fair,
okay.
brother Basim, to be fair, Claire is not for LGBT. Sorry, not for the existence of the Rainbow Club. Okay, yeah. Try to avoid
Oh,
the
I
use of the alphabet. Yeah. Just to be
I
fair, right?
just
It was
joined the
yeah,
stream,
yeah, yeah,
and what I
yeah,
saw
yeah,
and
yeah,
heard is that she
yeah.
was reading into a verse that it's talking about men without desires, which can be considered
No,
homosexuals.
she was asking me.
But
No, she was asking me about it, but she's not in support of the Rainbow Club, so don't worry about it. I mean, by the way, she's not a Muslim. She doesn't claim to be a Muslim as well. Okay.
so
Yeah.
what's stopping her from becoming a Muslim?
Good question. Maybe you want to talk about that with her. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good
I'm
question. But
happy to explain that. I think it's a better message to say to people that it is you can come to Islam by reason alone without if you want to. Okay, if your religion is no longer working and you want to choose a religion and you want to choose it for the purpose of keeping your group in existence and properly parenting their children and not having children before they get married, I think Islam is a good religion to do that for the West anyway. I live in the West.
I think
They have a problem of widespread illegitimacy.
Basim lives in the West too, Claire. He's in the Netherlands. Okay, so both of you
yeah,
are in Europe.
and
Yeah.
and I'm even a European by ethnicity, so It's not about. So religion
Yeah.
should not be seen as something that suits your culture or suits your family values and stuff. If Allah told us in the Quran to sacrifice our first child and slaughter him, uh, we would not doubt it and do that. We would certainly do that. So it should not be subjective stuff that we like or dislike. It should be if it's proven to us that it's the truth, we should blindly follow everything that Allah has told us to do without even questioning. Because He's our creator, He knows us better, and He knows what we need better, and He knows that even some things that may look harmful to us may be beneficial to us. Even if it's not in this world, it may be in the hereafter.
So you would slaughter your firstborn without question. Is that what
If
you said?
Allah, no, I said if Allah made it an
Yes,
obligation to do
well,
that.
I guess I wouldn't, put myself out on a limb and say that, but you do because you take a hardline approach to these things. Are you a convert or?
No, I'm a born Muslim.
He's a born Muslim. Yeah, he's a born Muslim.
But he's European.
You're yes, he's
Yeah?
European. You're Algerian, right? Okay.
No,
Oh,
Albanian.
Albanian. Yeah, I see. Albania is in Europe, by the way. Yeah. So yeah.
Mhm. Yes, lots of Albanians come to the UK. Well,
I have a question here from one of the commenters. Okay. For Claire, I think. Ask Claire what are the things that she doesn't agree with in Islam that are stopping her from becoming a Muslim. That's a good question. Maybe you want to share that. I don't know. It's up to you, Claire.
um, well, okay, I'm agnostic. I think most people just think they believe God doesn't exist, or they think they think they know God doesn't exist, or they think they know God exists. But nobody really knows until they are dead, and maybe not even then if there is no afterlife. But I'm saying there are good moral reasons to follow what I believe to be the laws of God, because certain rules like marriage and good parenting is necessary to the survival of our civilization, and we know what happens to people who don't follow these rules. Look at the West. I mean, they're getting stupider and crazier and weaker, and and suffering more deeper dementia, in my view. Nothing they do makes sense, and they're making a lot of enemies. And it's because I think America doesn't have a religion. They make up the rules as they go along. The Europeans just do whatever Washington asks them to do. They're happy to support Ukraine. And, every time there's a war in Europe, it becomes a world war. And they're so stupid, they don't care about that.
I
So
I think religion should be seen from the point of everyone should be worried about his own soul, not about society or stuff. Because from the
Yeah.
society, in 100 years, no one will be alive. No one. So why are you so concerned with society and stuff like that and civilization? And there have been thousands of civilizations, all vanished with time. But the soul is the thing that people should train. They should train their nafs. The nafs is
Yes.
something that tries to pull people towards sinning, towards doing immoral things, towards that's the thing we should train. We should get to know our creator by getting to know ourselves first. If I know that I'm weak, then I know I need someone that's strong. If I know I'm
Mm.
needy, then I need someone who's self-sufficient. If I know that I'm poor, then I
Yes.
need the rich one. That's how someone should approach by self cleansing. If you cleanse your heart, you will find God. Because God is pure and He will not enter a filthy heart. I'm not saying enter that He goes inside it, but through, through a metaphorical way, but entering a person's heart. So
Yeah.
that's the thing a person should focus on self cleansing, training yourself, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. The one who has purified himself, who has purified his soul, has gained, uh, has gained, uh, has gained a win, like a victory. So the victory should be against our own souls. And if our own soul improves and we become honest people, we become people who are worthy of crossing the Sirat, then
The
society
what?
will. The Sirat is a bridge which we will cross that goes towards hell, and everyone shall cross it. That's a promise from God. If we are worthy of crossing the Sirat, that's the thing we should focus on, because
Yeah.
everyone needs to cross it, and our deeds
Yeah.
are weighed, and we
Mm.
should always seek God's mercy. If we know we cannot be infinitely merciful, we need someone who is infinitely merciful, because people have been arrogant. Uh, I was thinking, like, how can people deny their creator after having gotten all the senses which he gave them? Like, uh, even existence wouldn't exist without an uh, an an uncreated pre-existing cause. And we have to know that someone, for it to pre-exist time and space, has to be infinite. And the infinite can only be one, since infinite cannot be divided, nor it can be multiplied, nor you can add to the infinite, nor you can reduce from the infinite. So the infinite has to be one in uniqueness, not one in a numerical one. Like we know the one, like one apple or one glass. When we say God is one, we mean one in uniqueness, not one in a numerical way. Because God cannot be imagined, he cannot be seen, he cannot be felt, he cannot be touched, he is omnipresent. Uh, he is not out of matter. He is not. He does not have a size. He does not have a space. He does not have a color. Everything which we know from creation and we can reflect on creation, he is not.
Yep. That's a very good way of explaining God, Aki. Wow. Right. Yes. Yes. That's good. That's good. Mashallah. So yeah. So maybe you can ponder upon that, Claire. But while we are doing that, there is a question for you from a Francis Collins. Will Claire ever consider reading the Bible and decide what she thinks about it? I don't know. Maybe you want to take that one.
Well, I've read parts of it, but I don't know why he wants me to read it. I mean, people think, oh, well, I'm going to read it. I'm just going to believe in it. But basically, the New Testament is just the word of, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul, and
Yeah. Yeah. Anonymous
the not
authors.
even
Yeah.
just Jesus, let alone God. So,
Yeah.
why would
Yeah.
I,
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I think
it's
on
no
that
state in
we will both
Scripture.
agree. Yeah. Definitely. I've been reading the Bible for over 20 years and it has not compelled me to convert ever. So I mean the idea of reading the Bible in the hopes that you get converted is, I don't know where that myth came from, but there is definitely evidence of people reading the Quran and converting because of that. Yeah, there is evidence of that. But there is no evidence, at least from my experience, of people reading the Bible and suddenly converting to Christianity after reading the Bible. Okay, I think that's just bish bosh and crap. It doesn't happen. Brother Basim,
It
maybe
was
you have
probably
a
a
thought
forcible
on the Bible.
conversion.
I think
Yes,
I
that's right.
think
So
the
yeah,
I think the Bible is a very interesting document which gives an insight to its time period. Like
yes,
historically, it's kind of compelling to read about the myths of that time, but it's not something that you feel spiritually drawn to, because the Bible is void of spiritual stuff.
yes,
It does
I
not.
agree with you.
It does not. It does not go deep in its spiritual meaning. It does not go deep in its eloquence. It does not catch the soul. It's more like a mix of biography and myths uh,
Yes,
and written texts
but
of
that
deeds of
but
people.
Aki, that yes. But that being said, what about the Psalms, Aki? Because there are some parts of the Psalms which are poetical and also praises God as well. What do you think of the Psalms?
I think some very beautiful things are written in the Psalms, although I
Yeah,
do not
yeah,
agree with many anthropomorphic things in the Bible, which can be
yes,
seen as
of course.
blasphemy,
Yes,
like
that's right.
comparing God to walking or a roaring lion or stuff like that.
Mhm.
I'm totally against that. I think that's not a good way to describe God.
Yeah.
like comparing him to a roaring lion, or
Yeah.
to a lover, or to a woman who you kiss on the lips.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
irrespectful to God.
Yes.
But
Yes.
there are
Yes.
also
Yes.
beautiful things in the
That's right.
Psalms.
Yeah. Yeah. True. True. Yeah. I cannot disagree with you on that. Yeah. It's true. Yeah. But to take it as a spiritual work, no, I don't think I would ever, because doesn't resonate with me as much as this book does. Okay, this book is a different story. Okay. All right. So, wow, there's a lot of questions for you, Claire. I don't know whether you want to take them. Are you okay with taking those questions?
Yeah, I'm happy to take questions.
All right. Okay. There's another one here from Francis Collins again. Claire, you cannot remove things of Islam that you like without believing its foundation, submission to the one true God. It's like asking someone to be disciplined for false reason and without any reward. Yeah. So maybe you want to take that one. Yeah. Sorry, I'll
Well,
leave it on
I mean,
screen.
the whole point of Sharia, I think, is to punish people for doing things, so so that they are discouraged from doing it. If they don't believe in God, or the afterlife, then they'll probably do it. So you punish them, and they would be less likely to do it. That's a reason. That's a reason.
Okay. Okay. That's your position.
I
Yeah.
see someone
Yeah. Brother
asking why were they
Yeah.
castrated? I read that like before.
Where is it?
Yeah. I You bring it like up. Someone asked like on top. Yeah, I just read it, but we didn't answer it.
I think it's this. There's one question for you actually, Brother Basim. Yeah. So I'll read it out for you.
Basim, how do
Brother Basim,
you
how do you respond to
respond?
people? Yeah.
Claim that Turkey
Yeah.
forced Albania and Bosnia to convert to Islam. First of all,
Yeah.
I can easily address that. First of all, Turkey was
Okay.
founded in 1924, the Republic of
Okay.
Turkey. Therefore,
Yeah.
Turkey didn't exist. Second of
I
all,
think it's referring to the Ottomans. Yeah. Yeah.
yes, I'm coming. The Ottoman Empire conquered Albania and Bosnia before it conquered
Yeah.
most of Anatolia. So
Yeah.
Ankara was not under Ottoman rule
Yeah.
when it conquered Albania.
Yeah.
Whole of East Anatolia was not under their rule. So for
Yeah.
something to be Turkey, you cannot say it was Turkey, because the Ottomans even fought the Turkish beyliks, they even brought Albanians to fight against those Turkish beyliks using cannons and new technology that those Turkic beyliks didn't have. In fact, the
Mm.
Turkic beyliks felt persecuted, like the uh, what's their name again, Dul Qadir and
Mm.
stuff like that. They were
Mm.
beyliks in Anatolia that felt like the Ottomans stole their lands, and you had the Jalali revolts, which were native Turks who rebelled against the Ottomans and called them Romans.
Mm.
Rome.
Mm. Mm.
Second of all,
Okay.
most Albanians converted through the missionary works of Sufi masters, like
Yeah.
Sheikh Suleiman, uh, like the Halveti order played a huge role in converting the Albanians to Islam.
Mm.
The
Mm.
Beta era was a poetic era in which
Mm.
Albanian sheikhs used Albanian poetry to spread it in villages, and that Albanian poetry uh, had like the Islamic teachings mixed in with the poetry, so it spread
Mm.
quickly.
Mm. Okay.
Second of all, uh, when they saw the barbarism of the Catholics, the Habsburg and stuff, when they
Yeah.
burned down Skopje and stuff like that, that also pushed Albanians to converting. It's true that Albanians converted under Ottoman rule, not under Turkey, but it was mostly voluntary. And
Mm.
most Albanians, like when they converted, they told their neighbors, they told everyone about Islam, and it was a
Yeah.
chain of conversion. Like most Albanians converted to Islam through other Albanians, not directly through
Yeah.
Turks.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
For
Yeah.
example, my last name is even Christian. It's Markai, but
Okay.
uh, that means that my great great grandfather is the first man to convert, and that was pretty recently. And he
Mm.
converted when he settled in Prizren, and there
Mm.
learned about Islam and converted. So it was all
Mm,
voluntary. No one forced these people.
yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Our experience in this region, in the Nusantara region, in this Southeast Asian region, is, I think, similar to how you explained the missionaries. They came here. So I need to explain to you how how we were converted to Islam in this region, because previously my ancestors, my far away ancestors, might have been Hindu Buddhists. Okay, because this
Yeah,
region was previously Hindu Buddhist. Okay, so the basically the missionaries from Muslim missionaries or traders, the Arab traders from Yemen, from probably from China, Muslim traders from China, Muslim traders from India, they came to the region, and then they preached Islam. They traded here because in this part of the region we had a lot of ports in the past. So a lot of spices came through this region, came through these trade routes. So from there, Islam was preached, and then the kings, first the kings were became Muslim. Okay, then they adopted the name, the title Sultan. Okay, and then from there, because of the king, because of the example of their king converting to Islam, so the people followed. Okay, so because
yeah.
this is the culture at the time. So if your king became a certain, following a certain religion, then the people will follow as well. So because the kings became Muslim, so the people followed. So I think my ancestors might have done that. So because their king converted to Islam, so they followed and they all became Muslim because of that. And
I
the whole
read
the whole
about,
region now is Alhamdulillah Muslim. Yeah.
I think Iskandar
Yeah, go
Shah
ahead,
or
brother.
something. It wasn't his name
Yeah,
like Iskandar.
Iskandar Shah was the first Malacca king to become Muslim. Yes, he previously, his name was Sri Maharaja something. Okay, and then
Yeah,
he became a Muslim. He had a dream. According to the stories that we have, he had a dream of meeting the Prophet, and the Prophet taught him to wash himself and do wudu, and to do azan, to recite to recite the shahada. So when he woke up, he this is the methodology that we know of. Okay, I don't know whether it's true or not, but this is what we know. Okay, so he woke up, he met I think a trader, a sheikh from Yemen. Okay, because in this dream he was told that there would be a trader from Yemen who will arrive at the port, and he should ask this trader about Islam. So when he
yes.
woke up, he did exactly as what his dream said, and he waited at the port, and then lo and behold, that trader from Yemen came. So this sheikh, he met this sheikh, this king met this sheikh, and then he was taught about Islam, and then he was so impressed by these teachings of Islam that he converted, and because he converted, everyone else eventually followed. So yeah, and then he adopted the name Iskandar Shah, as you mentioned. So from there, that's the first Muslim king of Malacca. Yeah, Sultan, the
Yes.
first Sultan. Yeah. So, and then we had the history of Malacca. Okay, and it lasted for about I think about 300 to 400 years before it was destroyed by the Portuguese. Okay, the Portuguese came and conquered Malacca, and yeah, the rest is history. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
read
yeah,
about it
mm,
that they
yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
killed a lot of people there in
Oh,
1511, I think.
yes, 1511.
1511.
Yes,
Yeah.
1511. Yes, that's the year when the Malacca city was the Malacca government fell, the kingdom fell. Okay, so yeah, they came here pretending to be traders, but then their intention was a bit more devious, and then they used the pretext of because there was a trade dispute. Okay, and the Sultan at the time, Sultan Mahmud Shah, he um he h- um he um he took certain traders from the Portuguese side prisoner. Okay, because they were involved in a trade dispute and they didn't want to pay out or something like this, and then the word of it reached Portugal. So the Portuguese king sent
Hmm.
his a small army to Malacca to negotiate for the release of these traders. And but when they came, okay, the king still the Sultan still refused to release these traders. But after several weeks of negotiation, not sure whether it's weeks or months of negotiations, they were released. And but then this battalion of Portuguese still decided to attack Malacca in spite of that. In spite of that, so
Yes, the
they use that that imprisonment as an excuse to attack Malacca. So
yeah,
yeah, because of that, Malacca fell. Yeah.
the Portuguese
Yeah.
were always like backstabbers. They always had some trickery inside there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Tell me about it. Yes, because of that, we were under colonial rule for 900 years until we gained our independence from the British in 1957. Okay, but that's a very long history. Okay, so yeah, but that was the beginning of the colonialism in this region. Okay, before that, we were very prosperous. We were very peaceful. There was no problems at all from outsiders. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, and Islam was flourishing. And it was doing very well. Yeah. Yeah,
I heard
and we even
even
had a
that
we were yeah. Go ahead.
that the Malay Muslims were bringing Islam to the Philippines, and a lot were converting there.
Yes,
And then the Spanish came,
yes.
and
There
they
were
stopped Islam
yes,
spreading, and they
yes,
spread Catholicism.
yes. Exactly. Oh, that's another can of worms. You know, the area that we now know as Manila, you know, the northern part of Philippines, they were all Muslim. They were all Muslim until until the Spanish traders came, or the Spanish colonizers came, and they attacked the islands, and they conquered the islands, and they forced all of them to Catholicism. And now, unfortunately, the northern part of Philippines is now Christian, a majority Catholic Christian. But the southern part, the Mindanao region, fortunately, there's still a majority number of Muslims there. Okay,
Because they
but
resisted a
of course,
lot
when
in Mindanao.
yes, in Mindanao there was a huge resistance against the Spanish colonialists. Yeah, but
Yes.
unfortunately, the northern part was conquered, and were forcibly converted to
Even
Catholicism. So my region has a history of a very long history with Christianity, and we don't like them. Yeah, we don't like
and
Christianity.
even
Okay.
and even
Yeah.
even in the Philippines, they called the Muslims
Yeah.
Moro, and Moro means like it was a derogatory term for all Muslims.
Yes. Yeah. The
Because
Moors. Yeah. Yes. That's right.
yeah,
Yeah.
because now they call it the Reconquista, but it's
Yes.
not actually
Yes.
Reconquista, but it's Conquista. I will tell you why. Because when
Okay.
Islam entered in 711 to Al-Andalus,
Yeah.
by the 9th century, most people had converted to Islam. Like almost everyone had converted.
Yeah. Yeah.
When the
That's right.
Almohads ruled, the whole southern region was Muslim. You wouldn't even find one Christian in Seville, one
Yeah.
Christian in Valencia.
Yeah.
When the Conquista started, you had like a lot of knights were from France. For example, Lisbon was conquered by English knights.
Mm.
So it was people from the north attacking the Muslims in the south. And most of those
Mm.
Muslims were just natives. They were muladis.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
native converts.
Yeah.
Those converts were during the reign of Al-Hakam, is the Umayyad Caliph.
Yeah.
They even rebelled against Al-Hakam because he
Yeah.
imprisoned the fuqaha. So it was
Mm.
called Revuelta de Rabat. Rabat
Mm.
was a neighborhood of Cordoba. Rabat,
Yeah.
only Spanish Muslims lived there. Arabs did not
Yeah.
live there. Arabs lived in the big villas and stuff, you know. There were a tiny minority which was the ruling minority.
Mm.
And even those
Mm.
Arabs, only the men came, women didn't come. So those
Mm.
Arabs were generation after generation after generation mixed with Spanish women. So they
Yeah.
also barely had Arab blood. They were just Arab by clan name and by
Yes.
title and by descent.
Yes.
So
Yes. That's right.
by the time the Reconquista happened, you had almost all, if you took their DNA, almost all Spanish Muslim. Even today, when the necropolis of, I think,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in the north near Oviedo, there was
Mm.
a necropolis found of Muslims, and they took
Mm.
the DNA and compared it to the during with the necropolis of the Roman
Yeah.
graveyard,
Yeah.
and the DNA was pretty similar, with a
Mm-hmm.
tiny North African admixture, and admixture is a tiny little mix of like 10% or something. But most of their
Mm-hmm.
blood was just native Spanish. That proves that
Okay.
there has been, even today, it can be proven that most people who live in the south of Spain today are descendants of people who came from the north, from the Basque region, or
Mm.
even above that.
Mm.
Even the Basque was
Mm-hmm.
ruled by the king of the Ebro, Musa ibn Qasi, who was a Muslim Spaniard.
Mm-hmm.
So the Spanish already had trained in exterminating Muslims, like the revolt that happened in Alpujarras revolt. Muslims in southern Spain revolted. They crushed that revolt. They burned the men alive. They enslaved the women and stuff. So they already had forced Catholicism on the Muslims in Granada and in the south, in Valencia, had a huge Muslim community. And then that persecution, they transported it to the Aztecs. They used to compare the Aztecs to the Muslims. So the same way, forced conversion there, stuff like that. And when they arrived in
Latin America,
and the Philippines,
Latin America, Philippines,
and Goa in India, Goa is also Catholic today.
Goa.
How come?
Yes,
because of the Portuguese.
Exactly.
Sri Lanka was also conquered partially. There they also killed Muslims and stuff like that.
Macau.
Macau,
all these cities. So I mean that's the ugly part of history that they don't want to admit. You see, I mean today if you confront them with this history, they are just going to say, "Oh, these Christians were not practicing Christians." They're going to say this. They're going to say this. Okay. So doesn't change the fact that Go ahead.
A lot of this.
Sorry, Claire, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say that there are no Christian principles of international relations, unlike the Quran, that that talks about how to conduct yourself in relation to other countries and talking about treaties and alliances. I mean, there's no guidance at all in Christianity.
Even when they fought the Catars, that was a heretic sect in southern France. They killed men, women, and children. 1.2 million to 2 million people who followed that sect of the Cathars have been wiped out by the Catholics during the Abyssinian Crusade. I think that's its name, if I'm correct. So
they nuked Japan twice. These Christians.
No, let's not say Christians, because I do not think that throwing the atom bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was promoted with Christian theology, while what the Spanish did was indeed promoted by Christian theology. But United States affairs and stuff, we can say that's gray area. We can say it's secularism. It's a different stuff.
Secular,
also
capitalist.
Also, what Hitler did. We should never say examples like Hitler was a crit, because we know Hitler had a different ideology. But when we say that Christianity can be violence, we look at, for example, the riots that happened in Alexandria when the pagans were wiped out from Alexandria. Their temples were destroyed by the church fathers. The riots that happened in Carthage, where the pagans were murdered, massacred.
What year was it? What year was it? I need to look it up. Yeah. What year
I think around 332, 333. You can look it up. The riots of Alexandria and the persecution of pagans.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought the Christians were being persecuted.
Well, the Christians cancelled the Olympics, and I think they also defaced a lot of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. All the murals and everything.
There's a question from Zahir Khan. He's talking about the Qadiani Nabil Qureshi. Let me see. Have you read Nabil Qureshi, who converted to Christian Trinitarianism? Oh, you're talking about his book, right? Give me a moment. I'm going to go and get his book. Hang on.
Oh, you've got it. Is that the Ahmadiyya? Is that the one? His book that he was talking about? No, maybe a different one. I think the bribe of Christianity is people thinking, Westerners are more powerful, and you should convert to their religion, and that's the only reason.
Yeah. By the way, I have this book. Okay, this is Nabil's book. Yeah, Seeking or Finding Jesus. So it's honestly it's a dumb book. Okay, he just talks about his personal experience, and he talks about a dream sequence where he claims to have seen Jesus in the dream. So That was his reasons for converting. Okay, which is really dumb. Okay, and nothing factual is in there. Okay, mostly all anti-Islam polemic. Okay, so no, I don't think that this idiot here, this Qadiani here, should be your source. Okay, of information about Islam. Okay, I have a lot of anti-Islam books. Is right at the corner there. If you can look, you can actually look at my camera. You see those couple of books there next to this Ditov. All these books here are all anti-Islam works. I have many anti-Islam works as well. So I don't just read Muslim books. I don't just read Islamic sources. I also read Christian sources, and I also read anti-Islam sources. So it's not just Muslim sources that I refer to. Okay, so I have read this. So it's nonsense. Okay, I can tell you. Okay,
Don't you
Zarihan.
find Christianity very easy to debunk? I mean, they can't really defend themselves, these Christians.
To be honest, it's not that easy to debunk because they appeal to emotion. If you don't have the knowledge about Christianity, if you don't understand their theology, they appeal to emotion, and it sounds very nice on the outside. You die, someone dying for your sins, and you can be saved only if you believe, and without grace you cannot be saved. So these are all appeals to emotion, and if you don't have the knowledge about Christianity, if you don't understand Christian theology, especially, and also if you don't know about their history, especially with regards to how the concept of Trinity came to be, and the disputes between Paul and the apostles, and the church, the early first church fathers, and their making out of doctrines and all this prior to the Council of Nicaea. If you don't know all this history, and you only look at the way that evangelicals present Christianity, then you will be convinced. You can get converted. Yeah, you can
we
actually
quickly...
be duped into converting.
Yes. Yes, I was just thinking,
Yeah.
since people are listening, it might be useful to give them some of the arguments, like, the sort of idea, Jesus, was sacrificed for our sins. It's like, well, actually, according to Abraham, the story of Abraham and Isaac, God forbade human sacrifice. So why would he contradict himself by renewing the practice of human sacrifice?
Sorry, what was your question? I didn't quite get that.
Okay, you know the story of Abraham, and he was supposed to have been about to sacrifice his son Isaac.
His son, all right, yeah. Yes, no, it's Ishmael in our tradition. Yeah. Anyway, continue. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, and then God said, "No, I was only kidding. Don't worry. You don't have to."
It was test. It was a
He
test.
wasn't
It was
kidding.
a test for
He
Abraham.
wasn't
Yeah, it was a
kidding. He
test
was
for
testing
Abraham.
his
He was
piousness.
testing. Yeah, he was test. Yeah, he wasn't kidding. He was testing. It was a test for Abraham.
Okay.
Test his faith. Yeah.
And so, well, according to the Jews, it's also like, God forbade the practice of human sacrifice from that moment on, and then and he contradicted himself by saying, I just had a son specially to be sacrificed for you, like a sacrificial lamb. I mean, why would God contradict himself like that?
But we have to define sacrifice first.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what is a sacrifice? Can you tell me what is a sacrifice?
Or something you want that you give up in order to get something better.
No, getting something better is not always a sacrifice, because someone, for example, if I have just one life and I jump in front of a bullet for someone without expecting anything back, and the only life I have, I lost it there. That's a sacrifice. But if you are a god and you come into flesh and you die on a cross, you sacrifice nothing, you are still a god. What's the sacrifice? What did you sacrifice?
Nothing.
Like, if I'm a billionaire and I give you 1 cent, what did I sacrifice?
1 cent. But it wouldn't mean that much to you. But I mean, the whole story of sacrificing Jesus is just stupid.
No. But it cannot be called a sacrifice if he lost nothing.
Yeah,
That's the point.
well, I'm glad you pointed it out. I mean, it was just a show, a dumb show,
Exactly.
for these dumb people to still pretend to believe in, and they don't even believe in it. They don't even
Yeah,
believe in it.
because it appeals emotionally. This man, he died on the cross, he cried on the cross and stuff. But if you believe that man is God, then he sacrificed nothing, he's still God. What did he sacrifice? He just put on a show and went back to his throne.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just so absurd. It actually makes me ill thinking about it, and ill thinking all these people still want to pretend to believe in it. And I mean, the only reason why they pretend to believe in it is because they hate Islam or Judaism so much that that's what they pretend to do.
Like, let's say, for example, he died on the cross and he ceased existing forever. We could consider that a sacrifice if he just chose to disappear into oblivion and deny his own existence forever without ever existing. That could be considered a sacrifice. But if you were a god and you were the one who created pain and stuff like that, and nerves and nerve endings and bleeding and stuff, and you just tried your own experiment of creation, and you just did it and returned to your godliness, then where is the sacrifice?
You make an excellent point. Yes, you do.
Like, and
Yeah.
I shared, by the way, brother Moht, I shared an article. Would you
Yes,
read it
yes,
for
yeah,
us?
yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
they say
Do you want me to share it?
Christianity
Yeah.
never. Yeah, can you maybe share it on the screen or something?
Sure, sure. I will. I will. Okay, hang on. Right. There
These
you
are,
go.
yeah, these are early church fathers. Can you read about him and stuff he did?
All right. So Theophilus was the 23rd Pope of Alexandria and the patriarch of the seat of Saint Mark. He became a pope at the time of conflict between the dominant Christians and the pagan establishment in Alexandria. Okay. Oops, sorry about that. In 391, Theophilus discovered a hidden pagan temple. He and his followers mockingly displayed the pagan artifacts to the public, which offended the pagans enough to provoke an attack on the Christians. The Christian faction counter-attacked. Oh, how peaceful and loving they are. Forcing the pagans to retreat to the Seraphim. A letter was sent by the emperor that Theophilus should grant the offending pagans pardon but destroy the temple. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. This is nasty stuff, right? I didn't know about this stuff. My God. Okay. How did I not know about this? Okay. Solus Titus goes on to state that seizing this opportunity, Theophilus exerted himself to the utmost. He caused the Mitrium to be cleaned out, and then he destroyed the Seraphim, and he had the folly of Priapus carried throughout the midst of the forum. Wow. The heathen temples were therefore razed to the ground, and the images of their gods molten into pots and other convenient utensils for the use of the Alexandrian church. Wow, okay. Wow, okay. They destroyed a temple.
Yeah, can you
Oh,
read on?
wow.
There's even more.
Wow. Okay, let me read on. Okay. The destruction of the Seraphim is seen by many ancient and modern authors as representative of the triumph of Christianity over other religions. Oh, wow. Okay. According to the John of Nicaea in the 7th century, when the philosopher Hypatia was lynched and flayed, oh my God, by Alexandrian mob, they acclaimed Theophilus' nephew and successor Cyril as the new Theophilus, for he has destroyed the last remains of idolatry in the city. Okay. Theophilus turned on the followers of Origen. Oh, okay. He switched his view of God from the incorporeal view of God held by Origen to the anthropomorphic view held by many local monks who were hostile to his pastoral letter of 399. He was accompanied by his nephew Cyril to Constantinople in 403 and there presided at the Synod of the Oak that disposed John. Oh, that means they were infighting between the early church fathers. Okay.
Of course,
That's
always.
interesting. 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 There were internal fighting. They were fighting each other. I mean, he deposed Origen and then he deposed another church father, John
Here,
Chrysostom.
here
Oh my
comes the
God. Okay.
best.
Oh.
On 10
Oh my
July,
God. All right. Okay. On 10 July, in the Eastern Orthodox Synaxarion, okay, there is a commemoration for 10,000 monks slain on the orders of my God. Okay, in his paranoid campaign against, oh my God, against organism. My God. Okay, and his nephew and dynastic successor Cyril was canonized. Blah 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 with the notation blah
and
blah
then
blah
they
blah for
blame us that
hypostatic
we,
union. And then they blame us for killing. They blame us for doing for. Oh my God, this is not pretty. Okay, this is not pretty. Okay. Oh wow,
Mm.
that is that is wow. Okay.
you
Oh,
know,
that is mind blowing. Okay, that's mind blowing.
even in their own book, you see that Jesus tells them to turn the other cheek. But then he enters a temple with a whip in his hand and turns all the tables and threatens the people with the whip and
Exactly.
shouts at the people
Yeah.
and screams at them.
The money lenders. The money lenders. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Mm.
exactly, you know the story. So,
Mm-hmm.
early church fathers would not have had uh, a problem with violence.
Yeah.
Because even
Exactly.
they even blessed people who were in the Roman army serving. And what were those people doing in the Roman army? Well, killing other people,
Exactly.
killing barbarians.
Exactly. 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 Yeah. That's the whole point of being in the army, right? So yeah, I have another question from Zai Khan to me. Wait, let me see. Have you read the book by Nabil Nogot about 1 hour of Jesus? That book converted me in college. Could you respond? I don't think I've read this particular book, but I think I have it in PDF, but I've never bothered reading that. But I've read this one and I don't find it impressive. So I don't think reading another book but from the Kaidani would change my mind about him anyway. Okay. So you're going to have to convince me why you think his book was tempting enough for you to become a Christian. Okay, if your story is true. Okay, assuming that if your story is true. Okay, so
From
you
my
need to
point of
tell me.
view,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about?
reading his book
Yeah,
would be a waste of time.
yeah. Have you read any of his books, Brother Basim?
No, I would not waste my time on reading his books
Mm.
because the time I used to read his book, I could read even a better book, which I will benefit from. I'm sure I will not benefit even one thing from
Yeah,
his book.
yeah. I can tell you that reading this was a total waste of time because he was just talking about his experience and. But I had to know. I had to find out because this book was. But it is. Will you believe it or not? This book is still the top 10 bestseller list in Amazon until today. I mean, the guy has died like 5 years ago, but this book is still selling like hotcakes. I really don't understand. I
What
don't
a
know why this
scam.
book is a top bestseller. Yeah, I really don't understand why. But this book has like zero. It's like worthless. It's like totally worthless. But the reason why I buy some these anti-Islam books that I have here, you see that corner there, they are all anti-Islam books. The reason why I buy them is because I want to eventually dissect them and then I want to refute them. Yeah, chapter by chapter.
Can't
Yeah,
you just
so that's my
accuse them
whole
of
point.
idolatry and say they're cursed by God because of their idolatry? I mean, and ask them
I,
why
I wish
Christian.
it, I wish it were I wish it were that simple, but these Christians won't be convinced that easily if I just accuse them of idolatry. Okay? It has to be a bit deeper than that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I mean, of
for
course,
me,
yeah.
it sort of works, in that they stop. Well, they don't debate anymore. And for some of these Christian channels, they say, don't debate Muslims, don't debate because we haven't got any answers. We'll just, huddle together and say how terrible they are. But, they actually know they haven't got the answers. Because the best they
For
can
me,
do
okay.
if you ask them about idolatry is that it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if Jesus is God. And that's all they can do. And then the next question is, how is Jesus God? And then they quote a whole bunch of verses that they think
Yeah,
prove
that's
Jesus is
that's
God,
what
but
they
it
that's
doesn't.
what they usually do. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
for me,
yeah. That's right.
worshipping
That's right.
Jesus, for me, if it's the same idolatry as worshipping Krishna or worshipping Ganesh or worshipping Jupiter or worshipping Zeus or worshipping any of
Exactly.
those demigods. It's all
Yeah,
the same
yeah, yeah,
paganism. Only this
yeah. It is.
paganism clings to Abrahamic roots while the other paganisms are independent.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, I don't see any difference from worshiping Jesus to worshiping the Buddha. I mean, or yeah. or worshipping, like you said, the Hindu gods. Because all these Hindu gods were human. Buddha is a human. Okay. The in this part of the world that I'm from, the Buddha is actually worshipped as a deity of sorts. Okay. Even though Buddhism itself doesn't teach that the Buddha is God, but in my
It's
part
an
of the world,
atheist.
the Buddha is elevated as some sort of deity here. Okay. So yeah, it is an atheistic religion. Yes, I know. It's an atheistic philosophy, but for some
The
reason
idols everywhere, I know.
in this part of the world, in Malaysia and in Singapore, in the Southeast Asian region especially, the Buddha is actually regarded as some sort of deity. I think this is unique to the region. Okay. So so what's the difference between a Buddhist and a Christian? There's no real difference. Yeah, like with the exception that like what Brother Basim said, Christianity shares its roots with the Abrahamic faith. That's the only
Well,
reason which makes it different. Yeah. Yeah.
I think you can make an argument that Christianity would be more offensive to God than Hinduism. Because, I mean, if you were God, you'd think, I'm not a crucified, man. I mean, it's sort of like as if Christians were making up things to be offensive to God. Well, Hindus, you can say that, they created their own gods, they made up stories, and in a sense were innocent in that they didn't know about the Abrahamic God, and so they just created idols, for themselves. But for Christians, that they knew about Judaism, and they I think, well, they must have known that God forbade idolatry in His
Yeah.
commandments, and they just still went ahead.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Another comment from Zai Khan. The Muslim will buy the book, blah blah blah, and read through parts 1, parts 2, parts 8 and 9 and 10. These are the most rational, evident argument he makes, which convince me. Why don't you share those so-called rational and evidence arguments that he makes here? Because I don't think I'm going to waste my time looking at the PDF and try. I have the PDF, I think, but I'm not going to be bothered to look through the PDF and find those parts. What you give me the strongest argument from that book, which you think could convince anyone to embrace Christianity, and we can talk about it here, right? Because I know for a fact that particular Kaidani, he doesn't have any real arguments. Okay, he just talks a lot. Okay, he no doubt that he's a good presenter. Okay, no doubt that he can do public speaking very well. I think much better than I could ever do. And he has this certain charm around him, which this certain enigma around him, which he uses to the fullest, because he has this desi Pakistani look, which and with a name like that, Nabil Qureshi. Okay, so it's appealing to Westerners. Okay, to listen to him. But apart from that, he doesn't have any substance. Okay, he's all looks but no substance. Okay, I mean the guy just repeats the same arguments, the same tired arguments against Islam. Okay, he doesn't give anything. He doesn't provide anything new. Okay, all right. In fact, I would say that maybe his buddy gave him pointers to say the things that he said about Islam. Okay, but from him himself, no, he didn't bring any new arguments to the table. So if you think that he did, if you think that that particular book that you mentioned actually has anything new that I have not come across before, or any Muslim has come across before, then by all means, just post it here and we can look through the arguments. All right.
Listen,
So yeah.
brother, there is
Yeah.
not a single law of logic or a single philosophical law or any empirical evidence that can prove the
Yeah.
Trinity, because he says he named rational
Exactly.
reasons. Even
Exactly.
Augustine, the greatest Western philosopher of Western Christianity,
Yeah.
said that the Trinity is a mystery, and he left the Trinity out to faith. It needs faith to be able to believe the Trinity. So it's not rational. So for
Yeah.
this person to come and say that Nabil Qureshi proved it rationally, it will be some dumb argument that just convinces foolish people.
Can
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
about the Trinity? I don't know if you know that since the Council of Nicaea, there was no agreement, because the whole point of the Council of Nicaea was Constantine calling the Christian bishops to Nicaea and asking them to agree a doctrine, and they couldn't even agree, right? And I was talking to E. Michael Jones a few months ago about it, and he's a Catholic, and he actually agreed that the Arian view of Jesus, which was that he was divine but not co-equal to God, was easier to believe, because the Greeks and the Romans, they sort of believed that there were deities called Apollo and Zeus and personalities like that, and the Trinitarians, I think, the Trinitarians were their version wasn't accepted. So Constantine was an Arian, because it was just easier to believe, and everybody was okay with that. And his son was Arian, but after his son died in 380, when the Edict of Thessalonica was passed, everybody had to be Trinitarian. And the edict said, if you are any other kind of Christian, you're going to be persecuted, and that was how it all started. But I think the reason for that is basically that the Trinitarians anticipated that the Jews would say, look at your Jesus, he was executed, and but our God of Israel, he's fine, he wasn't hurt, he wasn't executed, and he's more powerful than your silly Christian Jesus God. And I think the Trinitarians kind of anticipated that, and eventually they were proven right. Any theological argument with Jews would end up with the Jews saying, well, our God didn't die or get crucified, or were convicted of blasphemy, and therefore your Christian God is silly and weak. And so the Trinitarian view came about that, and then they said, well, all we have to do is make Jesus co-equal to God and the Holy Spirit, and then we at least have the logic of saying that our God is as powerful as the God of Israel. And I, this is just my little idea.
But I'm reading now the Zahir Khan, if that's his real name.
I saw his comment. So we want to deal with this. So I'm going to put it on screen, right? Yeah. The strongest argument is that so let me read this out first, all right? Okay, the strongest argument is that the chapter 32 of his book claims that all four gospels present Jesus as greater. Okay, this nonsense, and this is especially true for the Gospel of John and the Pauline epistles.
With this
argument, oh my God, this is the strongest argument that you have against Islam or for Christianity. Then I think there's no argument at all. Okay, I think this is easily demolished. I don't know, Brother Basim, maybe you want to go first, and then I'll give my answer to this.
No, but someone stating something in a book does not mean that there has been rational, empirical evidence provided for someone to be God. I can write today, Claire and the Muslim apologist are both gods. I can write it on paper with my authority, like Basim, and even bring evidence. Still, who would believe that? Like, you would need more than just a written literature to prove your point.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and if you look at the if we look at the Gospels itself, you'll find that there are many times where Jesus said that he's subservient to the Father, that he answers to no authority except to the Father, that he says that the Father is greater than I. Okay, and then don't forget John chapter 17 verse 30. He said that you are the Father, only one true God, and I am Jesus Christ whom you have sent. Okay, I mean, these are all verses. I mean, there's also another instance where someone called him good teacher. What should I do to gain eternal life, or something along those lines? And then Jesus repudiated that person. He said, why do you call me good? No one else is good except God. So if Jesus is God, then why would he repudiate that person for calling him good? So you see, there's so many verses in the Gospels as well. I can find so many verses in the Gospels which equally dispute the idea that Jesus is nothing more than a prophet. Okay, so we don't deny that Jesus did miracles. We don't deny that Jesus was sent by God, but of course, there's no evidence whatsoever which says that he's greater than God, or that he's more powerful than God, or that he's God himself. Okay, there's nothing in the Gospels which say this. And with regards to Paul and what he says about Jesus, let's not forget that Paul cursed Jesus. Okay, if you read Galatians chapter 3, verse 13, okay, he said cursed. Jesus was cursed because he took in the curse for himself. Okay, so you actually, if you think that Jesus is God, then you are actually worshiping a cursed God, because Paul was cursing Jesus. Okay, you don't have to believe me. You can just read Galatians 3, chapter 13. Okay, it's not something that I said. It's something that Paul said. Okay, so I wouldn't actually trust anything that Paul says about Jesus. So that is why I wouldn't regard anything from the epistles to be evidence for for any claims made about Jesus, because I don't believe that Paul has any authority whatsoever to be talking about Jesus. Okay, based on what I've studied or what I learned about Paul, okay, this deceiving, conniving man by the name of Paul. Okay, we don't even know who his father was. We don't even know who his mother was. We don't know where he came from. He suddenly appeared and he claims to be a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee. And he claims to study at the feet of Gamaliel, okay, a so-called rabbi. But there's no record of anyone by the name of Saul learning with a rabbi by the name of Gamaliel. Okay, like Gamaliel never mentioned any student by the name of Saul. So where's the evidence? So everything that Christians think and believe about Paul is what Paul said about himself by his own authority alone. There's no one collaborating the evidence. There's no one, uh, outside the epistles that can confirm what Paul says about himself. So why do you believe Paul more than Jesus? That's my question. Okay. So yeah. Let me see now. Are there any more
Uh,
comments? Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. Brother Bessie, maybe you want to continue. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to say I'm leaving. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh.
Can talk another
Oh.
time.
Okay. All right, all right. Okay, Brother
Okay.
Basim, if you want to leave, yeah, you can do so. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Brother Basim, for coming on stream. I hope that inshallah you'll come next week, inshallah.
Thank you too. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, all right. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Yes, yeah, yeah.
Good to meet you.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Claire. So do you want to say anything or do you want to leave as well? I don't know. It's up to you. It's already 2 hours and 24 minutes. Yeah. I might need to wrap this up soon because I need to go elsewhere. It's already 12 after 12 in the afternoon, and yeah, I might
Oh,
need to be
okay.
elsewhere.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for having me, and
Yeah,
well,
likewise. Yeah, I'm really happy that you decided to come on, and you had a lively discussion. Okay, at times it may be a bit contentious, but hey, that's the point of having a dialogue, right? Having a discussion. But I'm still amazed that there are so many non-Muslims in the chat, but nobody's coming on except for you. There's these Christians. There are some people here claiming to be Christians, and yet they are not coming onto the live stream. I don't know why that is. So yeah, I might in any case I might need to end the stream soon. So yeah, so you have anything to say before you go, or do you still want to stay on? It's up to you. Yeah.
well, I'm off. It's quite late now,
Oh,
4:30.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but by the way, I hope that I can see you next week. I hope you'll come on next week because I'm having this live stream every weekend around the same time. So if you are free, please do come on next week, inshallah.
Okay. I'll see if I can. Thank you very much for
All right.
having me, and
Likewise. Yes,
okay.
yeah. Same to
Okay.
you. All right.
Bye
Okay. All right.
bye.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay. See you. Right. Yeah. So I'm alone again. Okay. Thank you, Brother Basim and Claire, for joining me on the stream. Yeah. So I don't know why there are Christians in the chat, but they're not coming on the stream. Okay. Okay, I think I want to deal with this other point by Zahir Khan. He said the Quran confirms previous scriptures in 547. Oh my God, this has been overplayed like I don't know since when. Okay, I'm going to pull up the verse here. This verse that you are talking about. Okay, I know this. I know this verse. I think this question was asked by someone on my challenge me series the other day. It's the exact same question. Okay, I don't know why Christians can't seem to use new tactics. They just use the same old tired lies. Okay, so so I'm going to read out the verse. Okay, this verse again. Okay, and let the people of the gospel judge by what God has revealed therein, and whoever does not judge by what God has revealed, then it is those who are defiantly disobedient. My question to you is simple. Do you have the gospel? Because here the gospel is singular. Okay, it's Injil. Okay, and in the New Testament, you have Gospels, okay? Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, okay? And Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John are not the Gospel, okay? So if you read, I think it's in Matthew, in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter number 4, verse, I don't remember the verse. I think it's verse 14 or 47. I don't remember. But in one particular verse in Matthew, in the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus came out from the wilderness to preach the gospel of the kingdom of God. So this is the particular gospel that you should be referring to, not Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Okay, and the Quran is definitely not affirming that Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John are true. Okay, right, so it's not referring to that gospel. Okay, we have Brother Freddy the Ruler on. I'm going to add you to the stream now. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum, Brother Mensch. How you doing?
Walaikum salam. Yes, how are you, brother? Yes, I know that you've been around for quite a while, right? Watching
Yeah,
my
I've been
stream for quite a
following you
while.
for a while now. I really enjoy what you're doing. Allahumma barik. Thank you so much for everything you're
Thank
doing.
you, thank you, thank you, thank
Just
you, brother.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
like I just wanted to kind of come on here and address one point by Zahir Khan. Like from what I'm seeing here is that he was talking about like that like Jesus had like two natures, as in like human
Mm,
nature and like a God
okay.
nature. Like how it's like it doesn't like how does it even work? How can you be like 100% of
Yeah,
each? You know, like
100% God and 100% man, right? Yeah, yeah. This is the kind of things that I hear from Christians all the time, all the time. Not something new, okay. I've been doing this for 20 years, and they keep telling me this.
yeah. Plus,
Yeah,
the thing is,
yeah,
like, I mean, from from what I've gathered from Christians so far, right? And like,
yeah,
obviously,
yeah,
it's not like it's not like a shot at like the Christians or anything, But the
yeah,
thing is,
yeah,
the way they explain it, the way they explain the Trinity is like Jesus is separate from the Father, Father is separate from the Jesus,
yeah.
the Holy Spirit is separate from Jesus and the Father, but they're each, 100% God. Which mathematically, if you
Mm,
add that up, 100% plus 100% plus 100% gives you 300%, which is three gods. You know,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Mm, yeah. So yeah, you want to add on to that?
that's about it, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So you see the problem with the Christians is that they can't seem to realize that if Jesus is God, fully God at the same time that he's fully man, why is it that Jesus doesn't seem to indicate that he's godly in any way, shape, or form? You see, if because that would mean that there's a problem there. That means Jesus is lying to these people because he's telling people to worship the Father, to bow down to the Father, but he's not telling people to bow down and worship to himself as God. So he's hiding something, right? He's hiding something, and it's only later in the second and third century that Christians suddenly woke up and realized, oh, turns out that Jesus is God after all.
And also,
See,
one
do
thing
you
to
see the problem
understand,
there?
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
and also one thing to
yeah.
understand, like in the Bible, like it says, like, I don't remember which gospel and like which verse that is, but I mean I can pull it up right now. But it
Yeah,
says, and Jesus
yeah,
went a
yeah.
little further, fell on his face and prayed.
Oh, the Garden of Gethsemane. Yeah, Garden
Yeah.
of
So,
Gethsemane. Yeah, yeah. I
so
know
if
about it.
he
Yeah,
is God, like, is he praying to himself, or is like, God praying?
exactly,
Yes, if
exactly.
he's praying to himself, it's like if he's God and then he's praying to God, then there's two gods.
Yeah,
But because well,
exactly,
yeah, I
exactly,
mean,
exactly, exactly. Yeah, many times. In fact, if you read a bit earlier than that, if you go to the Sermon on the Mount, yeah, when he was teaching his followers pray to God, to recite the Lord's Prayer, right? So it's clearly he prays along with them. He recites the Our Father, Lord in heaven, come, blah blah blah, and give us our daily bread, etc. So he's teaching his followers to do this prayer, and he was praying along with them. That why didn't he tell his followers there and then at the Sermon on the Mount that he's God and they should bow to him in worship? That was his perfect opportunity for them to clarify all doubts that he is God, and tell them to bow down and worship to him. Don't have to go to don't have to do a prayer to pray to an unseen father in heaven, right?
Yeah.
So there's so many in such instances in the gospel stories where you can see there were many opportunities for Jesus to reveal himself as God, as a God man walking on earth, but he did not do so. In fact, it clearly shows that he was teaching his followers to bow down to the Father in heaven. Okay, he clearly indicated so many times that he's subservient to the Father and he answers only to the Father. So, I mean, this is clear evidence that Jesus cannot be God. It's impossible for him to be God. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously, yeah. And like, plus also
Yeah.
just to
Yeah.
take this into consideration, like, how can an um, you know, unlimited God, right, can come to earth and
Yeah.
become limited, and like, A'udhu billah,
That's yeah.
start going to the restroom and be dependent on food and
Yeah.
be dependent on, uh,
Exactly.
being taken care of. Like, this, like, the three questions that I actually saw like a few months ago, and they're actually very interesting. Like, I mean, I started asking Christians these questions as well. Like,
Yeah.
is Jesus God? To which they answer yes, right? And then, I asked
Yeah.
them, does God need to be taken care of? Which, they say obviously no. But then, did Mary take care of Jesus? Alayhi salam. So it's like, by that logic, that means that, somebody took care of God,
That means, yeah. Imagine God being born out of, of that, and then suckling on the breast of what, and having to be cared for until he was of mature age. Okay, so God having have to go through that process. You see, so this I don't know how Christians can rationalize that. Okay, I have this verse from the Old Testament. By the way, maybe you want to read it out. I'm going to share the screen. Are you okay with reading it out loud? I just want to show you something. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, this is. I think this verse actually kills any argument of the idea that God can walk on earth, can incarnate. Okay, so yeah,
but
yeah.
will
Why
God,
don't you read it out loud?
yeah, but will God
Yeah,
really dwell on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built?
there you go. There
Yeah.
you go. You should show this verse to any Christian and see how they're going to respond.
And also,
I think this verse. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Zahir Khan,
yeah.
like, I don't know, like, from what I've been like reading in the chat, it kind of looks like you're basing your whole salvation on Nabil Qureshi, who was not even a Muslim to begin with. He confirmed
Yeah, he's a
himself.
Kaidani. He was a
Yeah,
Kaidani.
he
Yeah, he was
was
a
that.
Kaidani. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and I mean, Zahir Khan, like, you're saying that that was the human nature that went to the restroom and stuff. And this is just like, how can God be human and God at the same time? Plus, I
Mm.
mean, to me, that, I mean, I don't know how that makes sense to you, but, like, I mean, this is just,
It
it's
doesn't.
basic logic. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't make sense. If I were a cat at the same time that I'm a human, wouldn't you think that I would know that I'm a cat as well?
I mean,
Do you get what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's say if I have a cat nature and also a human nature, would I be unaware that I will have a cat nature, and my cat nature will be unaware that that I have a human nature? You see? Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
Would both be independent of each other? Would both be unconscious of each other? You see? So
Yeah.
yeah, if I'm a cat, meow,
Yeah.
wouldn't I know that I'm a cat as well as I'm a human? You see? So it's the same thing. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't Jesus know that he's God as well as God knowing that being
And
aware
also,
that he has godly? Yeah,
there is,
exactly, right?
I
So
feel, I mean,
yeah,
I feel like, what I feel like with, like, some Christians, they kind of, they follow, like they look at the like ambiguous verses and they interpret it in a way that fits their narrative.
Yeah,
But for example, I'm going to
exactly.
read out I'm going to read out a verse here. um
Do you want to share your screen? You can share your screen if you want
oh,
to.
am I able to share my screen? Okay, let's see.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and share your screen with that verse.
Let me go ahead and do that then. Share
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Present. It's under present. Present and share screen.
Yep, I see that. uh
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll add
can
you.
you
I'll
see it?
add this. Okay. There you go. Yep. I can
As
see
you
it.
can
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
John
It's
20
there.
2017. This is an unambiguous verse. It's very clear. Jesus said, "Do
It's
not
very
hold
clear.
on
Yeah.
to me, for I have not I have not yet ascended to the Father. Go instead to my brothers and tell them I'm ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." So Jesus here clearly says,
What
"My."
more clear evidence do you want to say?
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
here
Yeah.
Jesus clearly
Exactly.
says,
Yeah.
"To my God." So Jesus has a God. Right. So, but
Exactly.
if you're claiming that he is God, so then there's two gods. So that's not monotheism anymore. That's polytheism.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, what clearer way can you see from this, right? I mean, he says ascending to my father and your father, to my God and your God. He's admitting that the father is his God. So he can't be God. Okay. He can't be God at the same time admitting that the God is also God. God is also his God. You see?
Yeah, it
Otherwise
looks
there
like
will be a problem
Zahir.
there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it looks like Zahir, like he left a question here. Does
Okay,
the
I'm gonna share it. Yeah, yeah,
uh,
I'm gonna share it. Okay,
yeah,
does the Quran not have two natures? What?
yeah,
What are you talking about?
what do you even mean by
What
that?
does this even mean? What does this even mean? We don't believe in Quran having two natures, especially. We believe that the Quran is divine. Okay, this book is divine. Okay, this book is divine to us, but it's not God. Okay, we don't worship the Quran. We worship we believe in the words that was revealed here, but we don't take those words as God. Okay, it's not a separate being from God. Okay, it is a divine word from God. There's a difference there. Okay, all right. So no, we don't understand what you mean by earthly nature and spiritual. I don't understand what does this even mean. Okay, I don't get it. Right. So okay, I don't get it. We don't have this concept in Islam. Okay, we don't have this schizophrenic schizophrenia issue in Islam. Okay, we know that the Quran is divine, yes, but it doesn't have separate natures. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think that answers the question. Yeah, yeah. So brother Freddy, yeah. So what time? So you are from the US, right, Aki?
Me, I'm actually like, well, originally like I'm not, but like I mean, I do live here. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Where are you from actually
I'm
then?
from Azerbaijan.
Oh, mashallah, Azerbaijan. Oh,
You
okay,
probably
okay.
don't meet
So
a lot of people from Azerbaijan, but yeah.
not often.
Yeah,
Azerbaijan, yeah, I know it's in Central Asia, right? Yeah,
yeah.
mashallah, yeah,
You're
yeah,
from
yeah.
Malaysia, right?
Azerbaijan, yeah, I'm from Malaysia, but I don't know whether you know this, but I also have this. Yeah, you probably have seen it, but I don't know. I'm just going to show it anyway.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, somebody, I remember
Yeah, I
somebody
have this.
told me that like you are a
Yeah,
U.S. citizen. Yeah, I
yeah.
remember somebody mentioned it in the
I
chat.
was no, I was born in the States. I don't know whether I still have citizenship or not, but I was born in the States. Yeah,
Oh, you were born in the
yeah.
States. I mean, then you
I was
probably
born
still
in the
have
States. Yeah.
citizenship, right? Since you were born here.
Probably, but I don't know yet. I haven't pursued it yet. I haven't attempted to contact the embassy about it yet. So I don't know. But I will
Mm.
need to do that. But if I do that, I will need to be careful. Otherwise, I will lose this. Okay, I will lose the rights to this. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
I
So
need to
you
be
can't have like double citizenship, or
in Malaysia. No, in Malaysia I can't get. I can't. Malaysia does not recognize double citizenship. I know that the US does recognize it. There's no problem from the US side. The problem is with the Malaysian side. Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes
yeah.
sense.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I need to be very careful. If I want to pursue that, then I need to be very careful, and I cannot let the authorities know. Okay, the Malaysian authorities know that is. Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. So how long have you been in the US, by the way, Aki?
like 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. Alhamdulillah.
Oh, so
I,
you just moved to US to the US then?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, I mean, like 7 years ago, I'm actually I would call myself a revert to Islam of 2 years.
Oh,
So,
mashallah. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. You mean a
so
born again Muslim? Because I know that Azerbaijan is Muslim.
Azerbaijan is a Muslim country. Yeah, I mean, like
Yes.
it's more from my experience, it's majority like Shia. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I know. Yeah. 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 I know that Azerbaijan is close to Turkey also, right?
yeah, to Turkey. Yeah, Turkey,
Yeah,
Russia.
to Turkey. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
looks like
Wasn't there that war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, or was it a different country?
yeah. I mean that war had been going on for a while. But alhamdulillah,
Oh,
it
okay.
looks like it
Okay.
ended. So
Yeah. Yeah. I see.
it
I
looks
see.
like
Okay.
Zahir Khan is saying that the ink and paper is finite
Yeah.
of the.
Let me share it on screen. Okay. The ink and paper is fine out the Quran. Um. He's talking about the Lahu Mahfuz, the tablet, the divine tablet. So yeah, there is the divine tablet in the heavens, the copy of the Quran, or the copy of the divine revelation in the heavens. But we don't worship that, okay, and we most certainly do not worship the Quran as divine, as a divine entity separate from God. Okay, we don't worship the Quran. Period. We accept that the Quran is divine in origin, but we don't treat it as a distinct entity from God, or we don't uh worship it. We don't, like, think that is a separate, is a separate being from God. We don't believe that the Quran is God itself. Okay, we don't have the theology that Christians associate or ascribe to Jesus. Okay, we don't treat the Quran the same way as Christians would uh to Jesus. Although, of course, in that being said, I believe that there is a similarity there, in the sense that yes, the Quran is the word of God, as how Christians say that Jesus is the word of God. But we Muslims, we treat the Quran very differently from how uh, Christians treat Jesus. So yeah, there's a distinct differences there. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, brother, do you want to add anything else? Yeah.
No, brother Mensch, it was really nice to finally talk to you. This is actually probably like the first
Mashallah. Yeah.
time
Mm,
that I joined anyone's stream, so
yeah.
that was cool. Thank you
Mashallah.
so much for
Mashallah. Yeah.
all
That's good.
the
That's
things
good.
you do.
You're welcome. Okay. You're welcome. You're most welcome to stay on, or if you want to leave, then perhaps we can can come on the live stream next week. It's up to you. Yeah.
Inshallah, next week I'll join.
Okay.
Inshallah, I'll just
All
leave
right.
that
Okay.
to
Then. All right. Okay. All right.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum
Thank you.
wa rahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Yeah, I'll keep running the stream until, I don't know, maybe for the next 10 minutes before I end the stream. Okay. Probably
Inshallah.
I'll try to hit the 3 hour mark, because there's only 15 minutes away to 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Okay. All right.
Okay. Jazakallah.
Okay. Yeah, why yes. Wayakum. All right. Thank you, Aki. Yes. All right. So yeah. Wow, I didn't expect the stream to last this long, because I thought that nobody's coming on stream, and I'll be talking to myself for the rest of the live stream. But as it turned out, yeah, I was proven wrong by you guys. Okay. And yeah, alhamdulillah, there's 7 viewers right now. Okay. But there's still now no non-Muslims who are willing, with the exception of Claire. And there's still no non-Muslims who are willing to come on stream and have a chat with me. Okay. And yeah, so Zahir, if you want to have a debate with me, by all means, please come on stream. I mean, this is becoming a bit tiring. Okay. In Islam, the Quran is eternal and is yes, it is. Okay. The word of no, Jesus is not eternal, and it's not in Islam, we believe that Jesus was a word created from God. Okay. The exact phrase is kalimatu minhu. Okay. Meaning the word from God, not word of God. So no, we don't have the concept of Jesus being the word of God. Okay. We do believe that Jesus is the word from God. There's a difference there, of and from. Okay. I'm going to show you the exact verse. Okay. Let me see. A word from preceding from him. Okay. The exact translation is a word preceding from him. Okay. A word preceding. Let me see if I can pull up the verse. Word preceding from him. No, I can't find this verse. Word Jesus is the word preceding from him. Give me a moment while I find the verse. Wait, let me see now. Yes, his word and his word. His word. Let me see now. His word. His word. Okay. Spirit. Yeah, this is the word. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. I think this is the verse. Yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Find it. Yeah. Waruhu minhu. Yep, I got the verse. Okay. It's in Surah An-Nisa, verse 171. Okay, I'm going to share the screen right now. So I'm going to prove you wrong, Zahir. Okay. Yep, there you are. We look at the Arabic. We don't look at the English translation per se, because the English translation can be a bit inaccurate. So this is yes, to Maryam. Yes, he conveyed to Maryam. Yeah, the waruhu, Wahu, and his word. Yeah, okay, there you are. Yeah, okay. So it's Isa
ibnu
Maryama
rasulu
messenger.
Allahi
Wahu. Okay, it's one word here. Wa kalimatuhu.
wa
Okay.
kalimatuhu
Yes, wa kalima, and his word. Okay.
alqaha
Alkoha. Yes.
ila
Maryam. Yeah.
wa ruhun
Waruhun.
minhu
There. Waruhun minhum. Preceding from him. Okay. So it's not that Jesus is the word of God. No. Jesus is the word preceding from God. From God. Okay. So yeah, we don't ascribe to Christian theology, and don't impose Christian theology upon Islam. Okay. All right. So in the same way that Adam was created with a word from God, with a single command from God, so too was Jesus created with a single command from God. So yeah. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Okay. Okay, let me see. MENJ, do you have a dish dasha? What's a dish dasha? I'm sorry, Aki, I don't understand. What is a dish dasha? Okay. Palestinian stars again. MENJ, could you tell us why non-Muslim Malaysians are Islamophobic? Okay. Should I even answer this question? It's a bit sensitive. If the government catches me explaining this, I might even get into trouble. But I mean, this is my show, right? I can say whatever I want. Okay, it's a very long story. Okay, it's like this. You need to understand Malaysian history. Okay, how Malaysia was formed. Okay, in 1963. Okay. Prior to that, as I was discussing earlier with Brother Basim, okay, the Portuguese came to the region in 1511 and conquered Malacca. Okay, Malacca was a city port in the 13th and 14th centuries, and it was controlling much of the region, including certain parts of Indonesia as well. But when the Portuguese conquered Malacca, the kingdom fell, and most of these territories were lost. Okay, obviously, and some of these territories even went on to become independent of Malacca, because some of them were vassal states of Malacca. But because Malacca fell, so there was no reason to stick around any longer, right? So they declared themselves to be independent, and there began the decline of the Muslims, okay, in this region. And then, of course, the Portuguese ruled Malacca for about 100 years before the Dutch came. Then the Dutch came and conquered Malacca again. Conquered Malacca from the Portuguese, by the way. So imagine this: the Dutch Protestants going at war with the Portuguese in Malacca, the Catholic Malacca, and they won. Okay, the Dutch won with the help of locals. Okay, and because the locals didn't like the Portuguese rule, obviously, and they colluded with the Dutch army, the Dutch troops, I guess, and yeah, they conquered. So the Dutch conquered Malacca, and then the Dutch were around again for another century or so before the British came. So the British came by the British were a bit more diplomatic. Okay, the British being the British, right? So they came I don't know whether you can call them you can call it colonization, but it is colonization in a way. But they don't do it through they didn't do it through an army. They did it through diplomacy and trickery. Okay, so by the end of the 19th century, the whole of the peninsula of what we now know as Malaysia was under British rule. Okay, so so in the early 19th century, okay, the British had a policy of bringing in non-Muslims from other countries. So basically China and India. Okay, so because China and India were India was under their rule, okay, under the British Raj, and China was certain parts of China were under British rule. So they wanted cheap labor. Okay, they didn't want to. They wanted to isolate the natives here, the local natives here who were basically my stock of people who were Muslims. So they wanted cheap labor, and they wanted basically I think they wanted to divide and rule as well. So so they got cheap labor from China and India, and nearly all of them, I'm not saying all of them, but nearly all of them, all of these people from China and India whom they brought into the country, which by the way are the forefathers of basically the forefathers of the non-Muslims who are now here in Malaysia. Okay, were non-Muslims. Okay, were non-Muslims. So so the Chinese came into the country. The Indians were brought into the country to work in the rubber plantations and the agriculture sector. Sorry, the Chinese were working in the tin mining sector, and the Indians were brought in to work in the rubber plantations at the rubber plantation. So at that time in the early 19th century, Malaysia, this part of the peninsula. By the way, it wasn't called Malaysia at the time; it was called Malaya. Okay, so at that time in the early 19th century, Malaya was known for tin mining and for rubber plantations. So the Indians, the non-Muslim Indians, the Hindus especially, were brought in to run the rubber plantations, and the Chinese were brought in to run the tin mining operations. Okay, and then the numbers became quite numerous to the point that it made no sense to send them back. Okay, so yeah, so they stayed on. Okay, and when Malaysia, so to fast forward again to 1957, okay, of course there were a lot of things that happened in between, Second World War and so on. But then the Malays, the Muslims here, we regain um, sorry, not we regain our independence. We regain a certain sense of nationalism, I would say, a certain sense of patriotism to our country, and we decided to to demand for independence. And the British, maybe because we said it so nicely, so the British didn't even need to go to war or anything of the sort. So they negotiated with us, and then we got our independence in 1957. So unfortunately, yeah, even though we declared our independence from 1957 onwards, the non-Muslims that I mentioned, the Chinese and the Indians who were brought into the country, and their descendants, they stayed on. They became part of our country. I have no problems with that. But because our policies were starting to gear towards Islam more and more as you know, as the years go by, okay, as the decades go by, because in 1957 we were a bit more I guess Western centric. I would say that in 1957, the periods between 1957 to the 1970s and even up until the 80s, until the early 80s, Malaysia was a bit more westernized than it is now. Okay, definitely has had little to no Islamic influences in our administration. Okay, but in the 1980s, something happened. Okay, basically the Iranian revolution, the Islamic Iranian revolution. Although I don't acknowledge Iran to be Islamic because they are, you know what, that had an influence on the Islamic movements in Malaysia. So the Islamic movements in Malaysia started to gain influence, and then they demanded the government to be more Islamic to to pivot more towards Islam. So that's what happened. Okay, so the Muslims the Muslims in Malaysia became more Islamic conscious in the 80s and towards the 90s and until today. Okay, and because of this encroaching Islamic influences, I would say actually it's more like we are returning to our roots. Okay, because prior to that to that uh, to that happening, prior to the colonization by the British, I mean the peninsula was Muslim, right? But then because of the British rule, we lost our Islam. Okay, and after we gained our independence, we were still pivoting towards the British. But towards the end of 1980, so towards the 1980s and the 90s and so on, we returned back to Islam. And because we returned back to Islam, the non-Muslims don't like it. And yeah, that is why there you go. That's the reason why non-Muslims today are Islamophobic in a sense, okay? Because they don't like the idea of Malaysia turning into an Islamic state, okay? Okay, right. So that is my answer. Hey, Tom, I think I saw you online. If you want to come back, please do come back. I wanted to bring you on actually. Please do come back. Okay, I think it was Tom. Okay, I'm not really sure. So yeah, that is my answer. Okay. So that's the reason. I hope I answered your question on why non-Muslims in Malaysia today are Islamophobic. Okay, not all of them are, by the way, but that's pretty much the reason. Okay, I'm going to bring in Tom. Okay. Hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
Hi, hi Tom. Yeah, yeah. It's you, isn't it?
Yep, I can see you in
Yeah,
the
right.
camera. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
You're a bit delayed. Okay. Yep. No,
Yeah,
that's good. So how you doing, man?
yeah,
What's the
yeah.
questions of today? What's been
I'm
going
good.
on?
I'm good. Yeah. Basically, this is my weekly live stream where you can chat about everything, discuss about anything, discuss about anything. Non-Muslims, even earlier on, we had Muslims on. We had one non-Muslim on. It's not rigid like the Challenge Me series. So yeah, you can talk about anything you want. Yeah, yeah. That's
Okay,
the
so
idea
I
behind this.
wanna,
Yeah.
because I'm kind of curious. Jewish people, who do they descend from? The Judaism started with Isaac, or who did it start with?
Started with Jacob. Started with Jacob.
Jacob. Okay.
Yeah, the son of the
And
son of
is that
Jacob.
also?
Yeah.
Would you say that's also the ethnicity? Because it's an ethno-religion, right?
Yes, yes, I would say yes, because Judaism is an ethnocentric religion. Yes, that's right.
Exactly, yeah. And
Mm.
the Arabs, who do they descend from? Ishmael, right?
Ishmael, yes.
So would that mean that Arabianism or Arabic culture, it's existed before the Jewish ethnicity?
I would say around the same time because both Ishmael and Isaac were sons of Abraham and they existed simultaneously. So even though the traditions may look a bit different, but it descended from the same root, which is Abraham. Yeah.
Because a lot of Israelis, like I have a lot of Israeli friends, they tell me that like Arabs, they weren't first in the Canaan, right? You know the Canaan.
Yeah, Canaan. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You
Okay.
do you know the Canaan?
Yes, I know Canaan and the older Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Older version of Palestine. Yeah.
they say that like Jewish people were there first, before the Arabs. But Ishmael, he was in the Canaan.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
was in the Canaan for 14 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, but like I said, Ishmael migrated to what we now know as Mecca, and he started his progeny there, and that's what we believe as Muslims. We believe that the story. I think you're familiar with the story of Hagar and Ishmael anyway, right? They were
Yes, of
cast out.
course.
They were sent out in the desert. Yes, and then we believe that desert is what we now know as Mecca. So so Ishmael has basically taken root there, and now he's considered to be the father of the Arabs. Yeah.
Even though I'm making this point, I am in fact a Zionist, but that's far from the point. I do believe the Arabs were on that land and they have a right to the land.
Okay.
I am an advocate for the two-state solution, right?
Yeah, I want to know something, Tom. You said that you were in our past conversations. You said that you were a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are you a Zionist?
Because obviously, like, it's in the Bible everywhere, man. I'm not really even religious, It's just mainly because of they've been on the
that's what you
land
said
for a
earlier
long
on.
time.
Yeah. Okay. So just because they are mentioned that they're on the land for a long time, you think that they have a claim to it?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why shouldn't they have? They're people just like the Palestinians. They're humans. They shouldn't be able to forcefully take someone's house, but they do have some
But
sort
the
of
thing
right
is,
to
Tom.
live there.
But the thing is, Tom. Those people whom you say they have a right to the claim to the land. Those people who are now ruling Israel. Those people, they came from Europe. So how can you claim that they have the right to the land? They are not Jews.
Yeah, they might have lived in Europe for
They're not the Jews that are
2,000
mentioned in the
years.
Bible. Yeah.
Well, look, I've looked at some genetic testing and samples and stuff like that, and they do have, like, Ashkenazis do have a trace of Canaanite DNA, ranging from 10 to 20%. So they do have somewhat of, based on genetics, scientific genetic research, right? They do have somewhat
if
of.
they have even if they have the genetics, what right do they have to the land which they no longer stay, but they impose themselves in 1947, 1948. Yeah, they impose themselves on that
Like
land in
I said,
1947,
I'm
1948, and
against.
that's very recent. That's very recent. Yeah.
I'm against them taking other people's houses, but sure, settling down in maybe land that was uninhabitable, or there was not so much ownership to it.
I would disagree with you on the idea that the land was inhabitable prior to 1947, 1948, because
I'm not
we
saying
had
it was
evidence. We have
inhabitable.
evidence. We have evidence
No,
of
I'm saying it is.
Palestinian
It was
villages and
definitely.
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
definitely inhabited, but like areas like the Negev desert, you know what I mean, it's uninhabited. Still to this day, it's largely uninhabited. There is
Well, they are
Bedouins
not
there,
moving.
but the
The
majority
problem
of.
is they are not moving to the Negev desert. You see, they are taking other people's lands in the fertile areas. Okay, so that's the thing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I'm against that. I am against that. But Zionism, which I said I do support, is just the right of Jewish people to
You just
return
said that
back
you
to their
supported Zionism,
ancestral
but
homeland.
the thing is, you said that you supported Zionism. Isn't Zionism about taking over the land, regardless of the cost?
There's two variables of Zionism. The first variable is a political movement, which was started by Herzl. The second is a religious aspect, and the religious aspect is just the right of return, or the
I
hope
don't know whether
of
you
return.
have you read I don't know whether you have read Herzl's book, The Jewish State. Have you ever read it?
No,
I think
but
I
I've
have it
read
somewhere,
the
but
Iron Wall.
oh, okay.
Have you
Okay.
read the Iron
I have
Wall?
the Iron War. No, I don't think so. I'm not sure whether I have that book. I think I've heard of it, but I've never read it. But I have
There's
Herzl's
a
book
lot of
somewhere, though.
books.
Yeah.
Yep. These are all books that support the political Zionism movement. Herzl himself wasn't religious; he was an atheist, right? So these are all political material. So this this is not what I support. I don't support political Zionism. I support religious Zionism or ethnic
So what
Zionism.
is your so what's your what's your definition of ethnic or religious Zionism?
Ethnic is just someone from that land, ethnically from that land, or have some sort of trace back to that land, like having Canaan DNA. You know what I mean? Even Palestinians, they have Canaan DNA. Jewish people, a lot of people have Canaan DNA. Even some Lebanese have Canaan DNA.
So your Palestinians demand, if the Palestinians demand for the right of return, do you support that, or do you disagree with that?
Well, there are. This is the problem with that. The Palestinians, they are the majority, from people that consider themselves from that land. Palestinians are probably in the 15, 16 million, and Israelis are maybe 8 million or 9 million. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not saying Jewish people, I'm saying Israelis. So yeah, the minority will never give the majority some sort of power.
I have a Palestinian brother here. Are you willing to talk to him? Because I'm going to bring him on, right? His name is Aladdin.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I think you probably, both of you are going to disagree a lot with each other, but I'm going to bring you on anyway. Okay, brother Aladdin, stand by. I'm going to bring you on, right? All right. Aki, there's a background noise. Please try to switch that off, Aki. Yeah. Brother Aladdin, can you hear me? Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam, brother. Yes, walaikum salam. I think you've been hearing the conversation between me and Tom. Yeah, so maybe you want to interject. Yeah.
I've been listening to this Tom coming for the past 1 week, throwing claims about Palestinian, lying for the sake of Zionists. So I will not be with him as soft as you are. So with all due respect, Tom, listen to me and listen very carefully. I'm a Palestinian, one of those whom you call refugee, those 6 millions who they have no rights to go back to their homeland. I wonder why you are not talking about what happened by those whom you call Jewish, whom you belong to, settlers who just burned Hawara 3 days ago, burned more than 300 cars, burned more than 100 houses, killed a couple of Palestinians. Why don't you talk about the killing of the 10 innocent Palestinians in Nablus last week? Why don't you talk about the killing of the 10 innocent Palestinians? Listen to me, please. In Jenin. Why don't you talk about the Minister of Finance who said the day before yesterday, we must wipe out Palestinians and terminate them from Hawara? He called for the killing of Palestinians.
Smotrich said that.
So you know, that's the Minister of Finance. Why don't you talk about Ben Gvir and what he's doing to the Palestinians? Why don't you condemn the illegal settlement all around Palestinians' land? Why don't you talk about...
Well, no one's asked me to condemn it yet.
No, you are not condemning it. All you are doing, I've been watching you, you are coming here and you are only condemning Palestinians, condemning how... Why don't you talk about
I haven't condemned anything the Palestinians have done. What have I condemned in this live stream?
Let me speak, please. Let me speak, please. Why don't you talk about the illegal
Tom,
settlement?
you will have a chance to speak, but let Brother Aladdin speak first, all right? Then I will let you speak, okay, Tom? Right.
Why don't you talk about the illegal settlement built on Palestinian lands in West Bank? Why don't you talk about how they humiliate us Palestinians in Israeli checkpoint, whom you call Mahsoum? Why don't you talk about the United Nations resolution that Israeli don't comply with, such as Resolution 194 on November 1948, the right of the return of Palestinians refugees to Palestine? Why don't you talk about the resolution number 242 in 1967, the illegal occupation of Israel to Palestinian lands in West Bank?
But you're bringing up too many points. I can't remember all of them. I can't remember all of them to answer all of them.
No. I'm telling you things that you don't want to talk about. Those Zionists didn't want to talk about. Resolution number 904 in 1994, protecting the Palestinians in occupied territories from the Israeli after the Abrahamic mosque massacre, when they killed those who worship inside the Abrahamic masjid. Why are you not talking about December 30, 2022, just last December, United Nations resolution against Israel at ICJ? 87 countries voted for that, including China and Russia. They were against all those illegal settlements. Where are you people? Why are you not? Why are always playing? Why are always playing victim?
Settlements. Even the United States condemned the settlements. Australia condemned the settlements. Europe condemned the settlements.
Okay, Brother Aladdin, let Tom speak, and then I want to ask Tom some questions. Okay, Tom, so what's your position about the settlements?
The settlements are
illegal settlements. Illegal settlements. It's illegal
illegal
settlement.
settlements, right? Right. In the
So
occupied
they are,
Palestinian
do
territories.
you accept that the settlements are illegal? Like for example, I think there's one settlement called
Yes.
Ariel in the West Bank, right? So is that illegal? Are those settlements illegal?
Yes, it is illegal to move your citizens into occupied territory. Yes.
It's not an
Okay, so
occupied territory. You don't call it occupied. You gave the Palestinians their rights, but you still military occupying us. You know, in Palestine, we cannot have
Right, that's what I
our.
said. It's
That's what, my friend.
militarily
Listen to me,
occupied.
my friend. Please, I'm a Palestinian who was living there, who was kicked out of his land. We cannot have our own military. We cannot have our own board. We cannot have our own money.
I am
We
not
cannot have our
disagreeing
own
with you.
passport. We cannot have our own police. We cannot have nothing. And you are dividing us. If I will travel, for example, from Jenin to Nablus, which is less than 30 minutes, it takes me whole day, 14 hours, just to travel, and I have to get a permit from the
yeah.
Israeli government to travel from a place to another place inside the Palestinian territory. Is this justice for you? Is this justice or a humiliation?
I don't know if you want to ask me the question or if it's just a statement. I'm not sure.
Can you call those settlers who burned the city of Hawara, town of Hawara, as a terrorist Jew? Do that. Say, I condemn this Jewish terrorism.
Yes, you can.
You say that. Say, no, I want you
You
to say
can,
that as a
yes.
Jew. No, you say it as a Jewish. Please do it. Say it.
Okay. I condemn the Jewish terrorists that burnt down Hawara.
And you condemn the Jewish Israeli Zionists, IDF, killing the innocent Palestinian or not? Yes or no?
And I condemn the Israeli, what's it called? IDF killing Palestinians.
Killing
More like
innocent Palestinians.
yeah, it's more like, to me, the IDF are more like the IOF, in Israeli occupation forces. Okay, not IDF. They don't defend. They are not Israeli defensive forces. They are
But
Israeli.
you know, there's a
themselves.
lot of terrorism. There's a lot of terrorism.
Who are the terrorism? Give me an example. Give me an example.
Abu Mustafa Ali.
Who is he? He belongs to
Abu
whom? Who is this Abu
Mustafa
Mustafa?
Ali. He's a terrorist.
Why? Who is Abu Mustafa? Introduce him to me.
He belongs to the PFLP.
What is BFLP? Tell me, please.
The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. It's a movement.
Very good,
Terrorist
very good,
organization.
very good, very good. Now you call BLO as a terrorist organization. So BLO came as a result of the action, and action was the illegal occupation of Palestine. So you are judging the reaction, but you don't judge the action. End up the action, which is the illegal occupation
But I did
of Palestine.
judge the action.
That's no. Action is the illegal occupation of the entire Palestine. So action has a reaction. So whom you call Abu Mustafa and you call him as a terrorist, he came as a result for your illegal action. So if there is no action, there will be no reaction. So you have to condemn the action, not the reaction. The reaction is a defending. Is someone defending himself against your action. So why you judge the reaction as a terrorist, but you don't judge the action, illegal occupation, as a terrorism?
Listen,
You get the
even
point?
reactions, even the reaction, it has a limit. You know, you can't go outside of the
How
limit,
about the action?
the
How about
boundaries.
the action? How about the action? Killing Palestinians, killing children,
The
burning our
action
houses.
is in the past. The action
No,
happened
what past?
already.
Just yesterday, they attacked again Hawara again. Those settlers with the military, just yesterday.
Yes, and we condemned it. It's in the past.
No, so don't. What? Just yesterday, today morning, even early morning, in Palestine. This is past for you. Last time I've heard you condemning Hamas.
Yes,
and you said Hamas.
I'm telling
okay,
you it's
very
wrong.
Good. Okay, how old is Hamas? Can you tell me? How old is Hamas?
14 years.
Answer me, please.
14
How
years. Or 16.
He said 14
14,
years.
1-4.
Or
okay,
7.
I'll
maybe,
tell you
I'm
20.
not sure.
No
20,
problem.
okay.
I'll make it a 20. I'll give it 25. I'll give it 30. No problem with me. How long is the illegal occupation of Palestine? Since 1947. So since 1947, until the existence of Hamas, Israeli Zionists were killing Palestinians daily, innocent Palestinians. Why you did not come forward and condemn them killing innocent Palestinians? So when Palestinians
You wanna know
decided
why?
to, I'm telling you, when Palestinians decided to stand up and defend themselves as a reaction for your illegal occupation, you start calling them terrorists. What is the difference between Ukrainian and Palestinian? When Russian attacked Ukraine, you call Ukrainian as self-defense. They are defending themselves against illegal occupation, and you start all funding them. But when Palestinians defend themselves, you call them as a terrorist. This is what we call double standard. I hope that you get the point.
You're making too many points, man. I can't refute all of them and remember all of them, okay? I'm not some computer. If you want to make one point and then I can address it.
His point, Tom, his point is very simple. The Israelis have done a lot of oppressions against Palestinians. So what have you, or basically Israelis, conscious-minded Israelis have done to stop this from happening? Okay.
Okay,
and
I
this is
can
not
answer
something
that
new.
question.
It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Okay.
I can answer that question really, really simply and easily. The majority of Israelis are secular, right? They don't believe in religion. They're pro democracy and all this stuff. Now, if you look a couple of days ago, Israelis actually fundraised $2 million for the Hawara accident. Do you understand what I mean? And not only that, they protested in Tel Aviv, and even in Hawara itself, maybe 100 protesters came out, Israeli protesters. And
Tel
they protested
Aviv,
for...
no. The protest in Tel Aviv is not against Hawara. Please stop.
No.
I know the news.
It's not
No,
about
has
Hawara.
nothing to do with Hawara. No, it's about democracy. Because he's
you're
planning
talking
to.
about a different
Yes,
protest.
it is.
Hold on, we're talking about different protests.
I follow the
We're
news
talking about
step.
different protests.
And those Americans who stood against what happened in Hawara in Tel Aviv, it's in YouTube, in your I-24 Israeli TV news. Look how they take them and
Muslim
beat them
apologist.
the hell out of them.
Can you look it up? Are you next to your computer? Your computer?
I'm in front of my computer. Yeah. What do you want me to look up?
Can you look up two things? The
you are
first
telling
thing
me
is
that,
Israelis...
Excuse, you are telling me a majority of Israel are secular? All those settlers, of them,
true.
all those settlers in West Bank, they are all extremist Orthodox Jew. They are all very, very, very religious Jew.
800,000 of them.
No, that's 100 or 200,000 in each settlement. So how many settlements are there?
800,000 altogether in the West Bank.
No. And they are all heavily armed,
it is.
Right or wrong? They're all armed, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, to an extent.
So why you arm those civilians, settlers, to kill Palestinian innocents? Why?
Listen, we're talking about a different... We were talking about the Israeli support for Hawara victims,
the Muslim apologist.
So can we just address that first?
Yeah. I'm out of here. This guy, for the past 1 week, I've been listening to him. He's been attacking Palestinian, but I respect your stream because
I
it's
never
not about
you,
Palestine.
Man.
I'm talking to the man. Please let me finish. To the brother. So
I'm
brother,
a man
you are
too. Okay?
Now I'm talking to the brother. Please. So can you please calm down? Let me talk to him,
Tom, hold your horses. Let brother Aladdin speak.
You don't get to say gender is.
No. Let brother Aladdin finish his point. Right?
Get my pronouns correct.
It's another problem. You are talking about your rights as what you call this, transgender or homo or whatever, and you call yourself as a Catholic. Do you know what is the punishment of transgender in Christianity? You know, it's stoned to death according to the Bible. So you come and condemn Islam in regard of LGBTQ. Then you call yourself as a Catholic and you don't condemn your own Bible. Do you read the Bible? Did you study the Bible?
First of all, I said I'm not religious. I'm not religious. Okay. I did say that.
No, so don't come and condemn Islam as a Catholic in regard of LGBTQ, and you don't know what is your own Bible says about LGBTQ. If a man lie down with a man like him, or a woman lie down with a woman like her, punishment is death, stoned to death. That's the law of Moses in your own Bible. You want me to quote you the verses?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Brother Aladdin, you have something to say
What's
to
your
me?
point, man?
My point is, please don't come and condemn Islam in subject like LGBTQ, and you as a Christian, your faith condemn people like you before Islam. So you are condemning your own faith without knowing that. You see what I mean? That's the point here. You need to study your own faith. You need to go to your
Okay.
priest or pastor and ask him, what did God say in the Bible about people like yourself? And
I
listen to
told
him.
you I'm not religious. I told you I'm not
Yeah,
religious,
Brother Aladdin, let
man.
me handle that. All right,
I
let
told
me
you I'm
talk to
not
Okay,
him about the
religious.
issue.
I'll step
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
جزاك
yeah,
الله
yeah,
خير أخي ذا مسلم.
yeah, yeah,
بارك. I do
yeah,
apologize
yeah,
if
yeah,
I.
yeah. Yeah,
جزاك
nah,
الله.
it's
السلام
okay,
عليكم.
Aki. Yeah, I
I'll
mean, I
see you
wanted you to
later,
be
Habibi.
السلام عليكم.
yes, yeah.
Don't call
Let
me
me talk to
حبيبي.
Tom.
I'm not your حبيبي. الله يرضى عليك. حبيبي, you can say it to your
Oh, come on,
boyfriend, not to
brother.
me. No, حبيبي that belongs to a man, not to me. I say حبيبي to my wife, not to to men like me. يلا السلام عليكم.
I don't
Okay,
care. I
okay,
don't care.
okay.
Get
All
out
right,
of here,
Sheikh.
man.
It's all right. Okay, don't worry, don't worry. Please don't be rude to brother Sheikh. To the Sheikh. Right? Okay, okay.
No,
I know you. Brother
he
Tom.
he
Okay.
didn't get my
I know,
gender
I know,
correct.
I know, I know. I
He
know he
called
attacked you a bit, but he's a bit emotional because you touch on certain issues which are very close to him. Okay, and I can't say I cannot sympathize with him. All right, because this
But
issues for
did you look
Palestinian
up
are
the
very contentious.
evidence?
Okay,
Did you look up the evidence of the Hawara
I can
victims
see.
being
Yeah, I can
supported?
see that there's I can see that there's a news piece here about an Israeli-led crowdfunding campaign raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for Palestinian residents that was set for. Yeah, let me share the stream. Okay, but honestly, I don't find it
Yes,
convincing. I
exactly.
don't see.
And not
I
only
know you're
that, they
referring.
also protested for them.
I know you're referring to this. I know you're referring to this. Let me show this. Right. I try to be fair, okay, even though I'm especially pro-Palestinian. I have no qualm saying this. We Malaysians have been standing by with our Palestinian brothers for since time immemorial because our experience
That's because they
under
pay you money. They pay
no, they
you.
don't pay
The
us. No, they don't.
Palestinians pay
No,
you
they do
money
not.
to.
They do not pay us a cent. Okay, we sympathize with them because then their plight is almost similar to how we suffered under the British rule. Okay, so it's pretty much almost similar. Okay,
Well, they got you
so
with their propaganda, man. They got you with their propaganda.
you can say whatever you want, but I support the Palestinians regardless. Okay, so Israeli campaigns. Yes, I know you're referring to
Well,
this.
you should
Israeli campaigns.
support
That's fine.
Israel.
No, I will never support Israel. All right, I'm telling you point blank. Okay, so in any
Why?
case,
Why can't you support both? Why can't you support both?
I will explain my position later, but right now let's go to the topic. You wanted to talk about this, right? So I will share this, all right? So let's read this, okay? And Israeli crowdfunding has raised $100, blah blah blah. Okay, some donated a shekel since the campaign was launched. Okay, all right, okay. For this, I think I guess there are some people who have some common sense in Israel, and for that, yeah, I have to give credit to that. Okay, so yeah, okay, you may
I
be right
told
on that.
you the majority of them are secular.
It still doesn't change the fact that Israel is currently occupying Palestinian lands. Okay, it still doesn't change that. Okay,
Yeah,
like what the brother
I
said, they
know.
have a
I
long
know.
history.
And I
There's a long
agree to
history.
that.
There's a long history of Palestinian suffering under Israeli rule, and their suffering is also our
Look,
suffering
me.
in Malaysia. Because okay, right, as I was saying,
Yeah,
their
me
suffering is similar to
specifically,
our
I
suffering.
believe.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry for
me
interrupting you.
specifically, I believe that the survival of the state of Israel dependent on the two-state solution, and they should withdraw the settlements tomorrow.
I no
All of
longer
them.
I know in the
As
past,
much as it
back
sounds
when
hard to do.
back Tom, back in the earlier days when I was a bit naive, I thought that the two-state solution could actually work. I was actually happy when Yasser Arafat and what was his name again, Izzat Robin, yeah, they were shaking hands on the lawn of
Yeah,
the
but
White
they
House.
killed
Yes.
Robin.
Yeah, let me
The
finish. Okay, so
extremists killed Robin.
I was happy when that happened. Okay, but as the years went by, and the decades went on, and then Ariel Sharon came to power, and then he massacred the people of Jenin, and then he raided the compound of Yasser Arafat. I think Brother Aladdin knows all this, of course. um then Abbas, Mahmoud Abbas came to power, and then when Hamas took over the government, the Western governments boycotted this government, this democratically elected government, by the way. So who said that Israel was the only democratic government in the Middle East? Because there was the Palestinians there, right at your doorstep, who were democratically elected. Okay, so as I see all this happening, unfolding before my eyes, and I saw how Israelis treated the Palestinians, even the wars in Gaza. Okay, I no longer ascribe to the idea that there can be a two-state solution. No, I don't believe this anymore. Yeah, I completely reject the idea of a two-state solution.
My phone's gonna die. My phone's gonna die, so I'm just gonna quickly say that yes, I do think that's very far to think about the two-state solution. It's a big reach, but it's the only possibility. Okay, it's the only possibility. Otherwise, war.
Yeah, then I don't know. I don't know. That's up to the Palestinians. So
on
that's
that
up to
note,
the Palestinians.
thank you everybody.
Yeah, I hope you come back again, right? So yeah, okay. Thank you, Tom. Right. So yeah, regardless, I still appreciate Tom for coming here. So thank you very much, Tom. Okay. Hope that you come back again in your next the next live stream. Okay. Oh my God, 3 hours and 28 minutes. Oh wow. This has gone on a bit longer than I thought. I actually wanted to end the stream at 3 hours, but now it's 3 hours and 28 minutes. Oh, brother Aladdin is back. Okay, can I bring him on? Okay, let me see. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Actually, I'm listening to you from the beginning. Akhi. I'm sitting quiet. I'm listening to your conversation.
I can see your chat. You're saying that you said that you are in Tokyo.
Yeah, I'm visiting, inshallah. You know, I'm all around Southeast here, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines. You know.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah.
For my business and my work.
Aki, if you ever come to Malaysia, do let me know. Then we can meet up, inshallah. If you come to
Inshallah,
Kuala Lumpur, right?
I've been to Kuala Lumpur 3 times.
Oh, that's good. Alhamdulillah.
I've been to the biggest butterfly park. I've been to the biggest birds park in the world. I've been to the biggest masjid in Kuala Lumpur.
The tourists will go there. Yeah, I know.
I've been to the Twin Towers. I've been to the government city where you can see the big masjid at the top of the government city.
Putrajaya.
Yeah.
The government city you're referring to is Putrajaya. Yeah,
I've been to the oldest masjid. I forgot the name of the train station. The oldest masjid in Kuala Lumpur. MashaAllah, it's the
Masjid Jamek. Masjid Jamek Kuala Lumpur.
The white one, which I've been there.
Yeah, the one, the oldest mosque in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah. I prayed Jum'ah there. Alhamdulillah. I've been all around Kuala Lumpur. I've been to the street which has a lot of Arabs, a lot of Iraqi restaurants there.
Yeah,
Arab restaurants.
Bukit Bintang. Yeah, I know the place. Yeah,
nearby Chinatown.
Chinatown, yes.
Yeah, I was staying actually in Chinatown there. I've been to the Bangladesh restaurant. I've been during Hararaya also. I prayed Hararaya one time there.
Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let me know when you're coming to KL, right? Okay. Inshallah. Yeah.
I just want to pay your attention to something before you go, inshallah. When he's talking about two-state solutions, no Palestinian will accept the two-state solutions. The reason is, number one, the ruling for this state, what they call as a state of Palestine. Number one, East Jerusalem should be our capital. Jerusalem is no more for us.
I know.
They declare it already as an eternal, complete city capital of Israel. Yeah. Number two, as a Palestinian, we cannot have our own airport. We cannot have our own port. We cannot have our own currency of money. We cannot have our own military. We cannot have our own airspace. Even our passport, inside the passport, only a copy of the Israeli ID. We cannot have even our own passport. We cannot travel, for example, from a city to another city in Palestine without the permission or get a declaration permit from them to travel. We cannot have our own source of electricity. We cannot have our own source of water. They surrounded us by this high wall, and we are living in a bigger jail. So this is the way they want to give us a state. No one will accept. So they are trying to move up from a small jail to a bigger jail. Even when you
I know.
visit Palestine, coming from Jordan, when you visit Palestine or coming to from Jordan,
LMB Bridge. Yeah, the LMB Bridge. I know. Yeah.
King Abdullah Bridge, and before you enter, the first point is not the Palestinian. The first point is the Israeli. So they are the one who decide if
That's
you
one.
come pass or not. Then when you leave
Yeah.
Palestine, the first also is Israeli. They are the one who decide if you leave or not. Even if you are an American citizen or if you are any nationality in the world, if you are originally Palestinian, when you want to visit Palestine with your American citizen, you cannot come through airport. You have to go back again to Jordan, then travel by land, passing like all other Palestinians, to be checked 100% before you cross the border. Even you are an American, they
Yes.
don't give a damn. They tell you we don't care about your
I
American
know.
citizen. You are here Palestinian. So this is the state that they want to give us. So anyone in our position will never accept that. Nobody will accept that.
Mashallah. This is
You
horrible.
see, this is as
So you're
simple as
telling me
this.
that I can't use this into the West Bank?
Man, no, that's, I don't know what is that. I cannot see. أخي. No,
Can you see?
American. No. If you are originally
Yes.
Palestinian, if you are originally Palestinian, you cannot travel except through Jordan. You are not an originally
Oh,
Palestinian.
okay.
I'm talking about Palestinians who they are holding other
Okay.
nationalities
Understood.
like American, British,
Yeah.
etc. You cannot travel
Okay.
directly to Tel Aviv or to Haifa airport.
Yeah.
You have to pass through Jordan by land because you are originally Palestinian, and they treat you like they treat any other Palestinians, and they will tell you, hide your American citizen. We don't need it. Then they will check you
No,
from
it's
head to
horrible.
foot, and if they don't want you to go, they will not let you in. They'll send you back. Actually, I have my
That's
sister's
horrible. That's
American.
horrible.
I have my sister, she's an American. I have my niece, she's an.
Okay.
I have family in America, and that's what happened to them whenever
Oh,
we go
okay.
to Palestine. I have members of my
So
family.
they can't even use their American passports to enter West Bank.
No. As long as you are a Palestinian, no, you have to go to Jordan airport, then travel by land, go to King
Wow.
Abdullah Bridge,
That's
then
horrible.
I
That's horrible,
have,
Aki. That's
brother,
horrible.
I have family. I have sisters living in Virginia. I have sisters
Mashallah.
living,
Subhanallah.
family living in Indiana. I have family living in Chicago. They're all they're American citizens. But when they go to
Okay.
Palestine, this will happen to them.
Oh,
That's what they do. That's what they
subhanallah. It's
do.
horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
This is
It's
the
horrible. It's
reality.
horrible, okay.
This is the reality that we are living. Nobody. That we have something called makhsoom. You know what is makhsoom? In Arabic and Hebrew, the
No,
word
I have no idea.
makhsoom. Makhsoom is the worst thing. Makhsoom is Israeli checkpoint where they humiliate
Oh.
and tolerate Muslims when we pass like dogs through checkpoints. Excuse me, Skyward. If you have any question, come to the stream and ask me. I don't discuss with pigs, please. With all due respect. If you have any question to me, you are more than welcome to join the live stream.
He actually posted this to me as well. Would you engage with Jose or the Israel Muslim?
I will not answer.
If he comes on stream, why not? Yeah.
I
come to the
don't
stream
discuss
then.
with it.
Yeah.
Come to the stream and
Yeah,
I
I
will be
mean,
more than
yeah,
delighted.
come
Like I discussed with Tom, I'll discuss with you. Join us live stream and I will be more than happy to answer any questions that I can answer.
Yeah.
But to
yeah,
text, no, I
yeah,
don't do that.
Exactly.
Hide just to hide. You are hiding behind your keyboard. You are a keyboard warrior. No, it doesn't work with me.
Yeah, I mean, I've been inviting the guy to come on stream, but he refuses to come on stream. Even yesterday, he was on my stream. I'm in the chat, but he didn't come on the live stream. I don't know why. I mean, the guy just I don't understand what is his motive for coming here. Okay,
yeah, brother, those guys typing, I don't take them seriously. I don't think those are some well-known somebody or somebody I know. He comes with another name, he hide himself, then he fly. Therefore, if he will come to the stream, you recognize his voice. So he will be exposed, so they will never come to the stream.
Yes.
So I don't deal.
Exactly.
I don't deal with those people. I don't deal with those people. Just type. It doesn't work with me.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, it's 3 hours and 35 minutes. Okay.
Mashallah.
I'm gonna have to end the stream soon.
I've been listening to you from the beginning. I'm with you, but I didn't.
Mashallah.
When
Thank
you started,
Thank you.
2 persons, then after that 4 persons. They said it is Sunday because maybe Sunday other live stream is on or it's different of time. They are 13 hours bed.
Exactly.
I've been watching. I've been watching from the beginning. Alhamdulillah.
Mashallah. Thank you, Aki.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Okay.
Alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Okay. Yes. Always a pleasure to have you, Sheikh. Yeah.
Jazakallah.
Yes. All right. Wa alaikum salam. Yeah. All right. Wow. That's like I said, it's 3 hours and 36 minutes. And I think that's another question for me. MENJ, are you in Kuala Lumpur? Yes, I am, and you spelled Kuala Lumpur wrongly. Sorry, but I'm okay. I'll give you a pass for now, right? It's actually spelled Lumpur, not Lampur. Okay, Kuala Lumpur. Okay, yeah. The irony is that it actually means muddy bank if you translate it into English. Yeah, the name Kuala Lumpur, if you translate it into English, it literally means muddy bank. Okay, the muddy bank, and yeah, I mean, Kuala Lumpur was built. The city was established in a bank. Okay, a river bank, at a river bank. So it makes sense, right? But uh river banks are always muddy. Okay, see, you see the irony here. Yeah, so 9 viewers right now, mashallah. Okay, I'm really glad that the I think it went off to a slow start, okay, for this live stream, but it picked up steam after, and then a lot of people came on, and then yeah, and then I'm not sure whether I should continue this stream for the next hour until it reaches 4 hours. Wow, this will be like my longest stream ever, folks. The fact that I've already reached 3 hours and 38 minutes. Wow, it's my longest stream because I've never usually gone past 3 hours. This I've gone past 3 hours already. It's 3 hours, like 38 minutes past 3 hours. Wow, okay. And it's 1:25 p.m. Malaysian time. Okay, all right, okay. So if no one else wants to come on stream, then I'm going to end the stream very soon. Okay, so I will allow one last person to come on if they want to. If not, I'm just going to end the stream, and I'm going to say goodbye to all of you for now, and I'll see you next week, because I'll see you at the end of next week, because for the whole week next week I'll be attending interviews, and yeah, while looking for a new job. Okay, I'll be in and out of offices, so I wouldn't have the time to do any live streams. Okay, even the Challenge Me series is off for now until I reschedule that, and you know, and make it official. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, like Brother Aladdin says, please join the studio and ask me live, but the answer is no. Only the Quran and Sunnah represent Islam. Yep. Yep, that's right. Yeah. I think that answers the question of whether these groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS represent Islam. Okay. Can you bring C.L. Edwards on the show? Why do you want me to bring on C.L. Edwards? Doesn't he have his own show? Okay. Doesn't Brother Abu Yazid have his own show? You can ask him there, right? I'm going to entertain one statement from the troll. You need to study more in MENJ. Are you kidding me? Do you see those books there at the side? Okay, you can see. I'm pretty sure I have more books than you, and I'm pretty sure that I read more books than you in one day than you do in 1,000 lifetimes. Okay. Okay, I dare say this because I have a lot of books here. I have books here. Okay, I have books there. I have books on my side. There's actually a huge bookshelf here which you can't see because the camera is facing me from a certain angle. So my bookshelf there's one bookshelf here, my main bookshelf, which is much larger than any of the bookshelves that I have here, but it's right there. But yeah, the idea is to actually eventually have bookshelves on every corner of my room, but I haven't gone about setting things up yet. Okay, so if you are telling me to study more, you need to define what you mean by study more. I think like I said, I think I've read more books than you in a day than you do in 1,000 lifetimes. Okay, yeah. So yeah, don't challenge me on this. Okay. Which books do you recommend to become an expert? I have no particular title in mind. Yeah, I mean, just read what you think interests you. Okay. I even have Nabi Qureshi's book, but I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. Okay. Yeah, you're trying to judge me, right? You're saying having books without the mind to understand. Do you really think that read these books mindlessly without understanding. Yeah, if you do, then I think you're an idiot. Okay, because who does that anyway? Who reads books mindlessly without understanding what he or she had just read? Okay, I don't do that, and you have no right to judge me based on what I do. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, CRL is a group by the Marshall. I came up with footers, and then yeah, that's right, that's right. I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't invite Brother CL Edwards here. Inshallah, I will. I'll try to reach out to him, and I want to see whether I can bring him on. But it's something which is actually ongoing. Okay, it's a process which is ongoing. Can you write some books refuting Christianity? I have a whole website refuting Christianity. Okay, it's called bismikahawahuma.org. Okay, and this website has been around for over 20 years. Okay, and the site is actually going through a revamp, so I'm not inclined to share that link, but yet that is. But once it's ready, I'll be sharing it with the world anyway. But if you think that I have not written anything against Christianity, I think you're thinking it wrong, because YouTube isn't my it wasn't actually my original platform. Okay, writing writing and publishing before online, that is, before YouTube came along. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Um okay, I don't know, this troll, this mindless troll is really a troll. Okay. Calling me names now. It's telling me that I don't have the capacity, I don't understand falseness, and I'm a fool. Okay. I'm not going to entertain name callings. Okay, troll. If you think you have a point, you can come on stage and tell that to me face to face. Okay, you have the link. Okay, Aladdin has come online. Tom has come online. Okay, Basim has come online. Um, Claire has come online. Okay, but you have not come online. So making pot shots at me while hiding behind the chat isn't going to gain the attention that you want. Okay, if you think that you have the balls, come on stage and tell me what you think. Okay, then I'll bash you properly. All right. So, but the point is that I still have more books than you. Okay. You never have more books than me. Okay. Oh, I think I just ran out of my Sprite. Sorry. Okay, let me refill this if I can. I just ran out of it. Oh dear. It's actually 15 minutes away to 4 hours. So I don't know. Let me see now. Fancy a better wits. Why don't you come on stream and then I'll show you who has the wits? Okay. Yeah, you have 15 minutes though, because I'm going to end the stream very soon. Okay, I'm going to end the stream very soon. You have 15 minutes left. Because I think 4 hours is enough, right? I think yeah, it's already 3 hours and 45 minutes since I've gone on air, and I think it's about time that I end the stream and bring it to a close. But hey, it's only 15 minutes away to 4 hours, so why not wait a while, right? And let's see whether anyone is willing to come on stage. There's 9 viewers right now, mashallah, right? That's very good. Okay, I think this stream has been I guess relatively successful. I guess even though it came to a slow start, right? I wasn't got me a bit worried there. I thought that maybe I would be ending the stream earlier than that, earlier than 1 hour. But as it turns out, now it's 3 hours and 45 minutes, and we're still on air, folks. We're still on air. There's 10 viewers right now. 10 viewers watching this live stream. Wow. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, this is an open live stream. There's no rules or whatsoever. You can just come on and have a chat, have a discussion, have a debate, whatever you want. Okay. You can even call me botak to the face. Okay. Botak means body in my language. Okay. Yeah. So whatever that pleases you or whatever's fancy, you can come on and say whatever you want. Okay. But please keep within topic. Okay, which is about Islam. Please don't ask me about, or please don't talk about your girlfriend problems. I'm not interested to know about your girlfriend problems. Okay. Right. Okay. This is very interesting questions here, by the way. Can you show some books you have that are special to you from the past? Any books on apologetics, even from your enemies? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Give me a moment. Okay. Yeah. I think I found some books that I used early on in my apologetics career that were very influential to me. So the first book that I actually read regarding well, not apologetics, but regarding Christianity was this book, Dr. Faruqi. Yeah, Christian Ethics. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very powerful and systematic book which dismantles Christian theology and refutes its basic tenets, okay, about on Christian theology, basically the Trinity, okay, and the idea that Jesus was a God man walking on earth. Another book that I like was this book. This was actually something that was given to me. That was lent to me, but I have not written it yet. It's from my cousin, which kind of solidified my position on which took me on the path of studying early Christianity and early Christians. Okay, so this is the book. Okay, Jesus, a Prophet of Islam by Muhammad Ataur Rahim. So this is the second book. Okay, this was with me since 2001, 2002. Okay, and then after I read that book by Dr. Faruqi on Islam on Christian ethics, I took on a path of Islamicity and I became a born again Muslim because of this book. Okay, it's Dr. Ismail Faruqi Al Tawhid: Its Implications for Thought and Life. It's a very powerful book. It tells you about Islam, what differentiates Islam from Christianity and Judaism, what are the aspects of monotheism, what are the aspects of the uncompromising monotheism which are very appealing and and very powerful, that cannot be found in any other religion. Okay, and then one of the reasons why I took or why I made a stance on Palestine and my basically my support for Palestine is because of this book. Okay, again by Dr. Ismail Al Farqi. By the way, Brother Aladdin, if you are listening to this, Al Mahum Ismail Al Farqi was a Palestinian. Okay, so he was a Palestinian American. Okay. So Islam and the Problem of Israel. So it talks about Zionism, and it talks of how Zionism came to be, and how Zionism is actually an affront against Judaism. How Zionism actually goes against the religion of Musa. Okay, and it tells, of course, there is some history of the Palestinians, and mostly it focuses on Zionism and also on Judaism as well. Okay, very powerful book as well. Very ideological book which influenced me and gives me strength to my support of the Palestinian cause. Okay, so basically I am very much influenced by Al Mahum Dr. Ismail Al Faruqi. I consider myself to be his student, even though I've never met the man, because the guy, the Al Mahum Sheikh Al Shahid Ismail Al Faruqi was murdered at his home in 1986. May Allah have mercy on him. And but because I bought a lot of his books, okay, these are not just the titles that I bought. I have many other books from Sheikh Ismail Al Faruqi, okay, from Al Mahum Al Shahid Dr. Ismail Al Faruqi, and I'm influenced by his works, and I consider him to be my sheikh. I consider him to be my teacher. I consider him to be my ideological master. Okay, and I wouldn't be the man that I am today if it were not for Dr. Ismail Al Faruqi. Okay, so I consider myself to be his student, not or with all due respect to Dr. Zakir Naik, with all due respect to Sheikh Ahmad Didat, okay, because I know these two people are very influential, but I don't consider myself to be their student or their follower, okay, their ideological my ideological teachers, because I feel that Dr. Ismail Al-Fawqi is a much astute scholar, okay, it's much astute scholar, and he had the knowledge in Western philosophy and Islamic theology. So that's one thing that separates him from the other two names that I mentioned. I'm not saying that Dr. Zakir Naik and Sheikh Ahmad Didat were not useful. They have contributed a lot to the Muslim world, and for that we have our gratitude to them. Okay, but that being said, I think I don't know why, but Dr. Ismail Al Faruqi is still underappreciated, even though Dr. Faruqi has done a lot. I mean, if you read Christian Ethics, especially this book, this book can radicalize how Muslims approach arguments. Okay, approach arguments to refute the idea of the concept of the fall, the necessity of sin, the image of God. Okay, all these are all mentioned. The idea that the kingdom of God is the church. All this, okay. So all the foundational doctrines of Christianity are dismantled by just this book. Okay, and it was done in a very scholarly and philosophical manner, which only Western scholars can do. Okay, and yet this Muslim guy did it. Okay, so that is why I consider myself to be a student of Dr. Faruqi, not the other two names. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is my books, the books that influence me. Okay, so I think I answered your question, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see, there's about 5 minutes left before I end the show. Okay, so yeah, it's already 3 hours and 54 minutes since the live stream has begun, and I have about 5 minutes left before I end the show, because I think going beyond 4 hours is crazy. But hey, in fact, 3 hours 54 minutes is already crazy in itself, because I didn't expect to run things this long. I was only thinking that at the most it will be 2 hours, right? But it dragged on for for another hour, and now it's 3 hours and 54 minutes. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, this is another valid question. Okay, what is your view of Dr. Zakir Naik and Bilal Phillips? I don't have any particular view on Dr. Zakir Naik. I believe that he has contributed a lot to the Muslim world, and for that I appreciate his contributions. But that's it. Okay. Dr. Bilal Phillips, I consider him to be a very knowledgeable Islamic scholar, and that's it. Okay, that's it. Okay, but they are not my ideological masters. Okay, Dr. Faruqi is my ideological master. Okay. Let me see now. Let me see if I can answer any. Okay, this is a very good question. What is your view of Ijaz Ahmad and Daniel? Ijaz Ahmad is a personal friend of mine. Okay. Daniel Hakikaju, I like him. I like brother Daniel a lot. I use his arguments a lot. Okay. Ash is amazing. Who inspired you to come into apologetics? This guy, okay? This guy, yeah, he did. Okay. Dr. Faruqi did. Okay. When I read Christian ethics, that totally inspired me to get into apologetics. Okay. Yeah, I read that book. That was the first book I ever read about Christianity, by the way. After I read the Bible. Okay. Obviously, I read the Bible first. Okay. But after I read the Bible, I came across Christian ethics, and then I read it, and then it totally changed my worldview. Okay. And my approach to Christianity. So I deal with Christianity at a more philosophical, not philosophical, sorry, more ideological, theoretical level, okay, doctrinal level, as I will put it, okay. So and I also deal with it through looking at their history, the early church history, and how the early Christians how the early Christians understand Christianity, okay, because how the early Christians understand Christianity is not the same as how Christians today practice Christianity, okay. Two different things, okay. It's like they are practicing two different religions, okay. So yeah. And here's another interesting fact, okay. The Christians, they claim that they have the canon of the Bible, right? Who do you think started the canon? The first canon of the Bible was not by a Christian, but someone who's from Orthodoxy. Okay, it was started by a man by the name of Marcion. Okay, so Marcion was the first person to establish his own canon. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me see now. Do you have a specific Bible or Old Testament and Quran that you use for no, I don't. I just refer online. I just refer to the text online. Okay. I like to use Quran.com for the Quran, and I like to use BibleHub.info, or is it BibleHub.com for references to the Bible. That's it. Okay. I do have some Bibles here and some concordances there, but I have not touched the concordances in many years, because nowadays you can get all those online. Okay, but I bought all these books, all these concordances before those the ones on the internet existed. Okay, all right. So but it's good to have, right? I have Vines, I have Strongs, I have the BDB. Yeah, I mean, how many Muslims that you know have the BDB? Okay, right? How many Muslims do you know that has the Strongs? How many Muslims do you know have Vines? Okay, I don't think there are many Muslims who have these books. Okay, so I'm like among the first among the few Muslims who actually own these books, and they are not cheap, right? They're very expensive, but I mean, for the love of apologetics, I have them. Okay. Very weird questions we are having today. Can you show your personal Bible and Quran that you have used for apologetics and study? I don't have any. I don't have any particular personal Quran or Bible that I use for study. I just refer everything online. Everything is electronic these days. Okay, I don't actually have a hard copy of those. Okay, even though I in the past I did plan to have that, but then I realized I'm not the kind of person who likes to use hard copies. I just use internet versions of this. So although I have a lot of Qurans here and Bibles here, but they're not my I wouldn't consider, well, I guess they are personally mine, but I don't use them personally. Okay, right. So if you get what I mean. Yeah, so yeah, I think that's how I answer. Okay, that's how. Show us your Bibles. Do you really want me to show you my Bibles? Okay, fine, I'll do that. Oh my God. Okay. Well, you asked, so I'm going to show you my Bibles. Okay. This is the Malay Bible, Alkitab versi Borneo. Okay, there are two Malay versions of the Bible that I have. This one is Alkitab versi Borneo. This is a very recent translation. Okay, it's used on the Borneo. Like the name says, this is a Borneo version, which is used in Sabah and Sarawak, two states on Borneo. Okay, two Malaysian states in Borneo. I have this, the Chumash, the Chumash. Sorry, the Chumash. Okay, the Chumash Stone Edition. Okay, it's written here. Yeah, the Chumash. Okay. I have Alkitab Indonesia, the Bible in Indonesian language. It's published by Lembaga Alkitab Indonesia. How do you translate? The Bible Council of Indonesia. Okay. This is another version of the Indonesian Bible, but it has prayers in it. Okay. I have the Arabic version of the New Testament. Okay, there you go. Okay, yeah, it's in Arabic. Okay, it's in Arabic. Yeah, and then I have this is the Malay version of the Bible, which is different from the translation is different from the Bible in the Bible, the Alkitab versi Borneo. Okay, these two may be the same language. Okay, this is Alkitab versi Borneo, and this is the Alkitab Berterbaik. Okay, so both are Bibles, both are in the same language, but they are different. Okay, different in meaning and translation. Okay, even though they are the same language. Okay. Okay, this is don't be fooled by the title because it says here Holy Bible, because this is not in English. This is in Indonesian. Okay, so this is the Indonesian Modern Bible. So this version is different from the one that I showed you earlier. Okay, and then this one is the Jewish version, the Jewish translation, the Tanakh. Okay, yeah. So I have this as well. There are more Bibles over that side actually, but I don't feel inclined to take them out. Okay, I have a few more. I even have the Orthodox Bible, study Bible. If I can find it here, don't know whether I can see it. Yeah, I have this. Yeah, I found it. I think. My God, so heavy. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I found some. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. More Bibles. Yeah. More Bibles. Yeah. I have more Bibles. Oh yeah. I found a few more. Okay. I have the New Oxford Annotated Bible. Yeah, I have this. I have the Orthodox Study Bible. Yes, the Orthodox Study Bible. And I have the what's this? What do you call this? Yeah, the Holy Bible Catholic version. Yeah, this is the Catholic version of the Bible. Yeah, I think RSV Catholic. Yeah, Ignatius. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I have more over on the other side, but I'm not going to show them today. Not today. Okay, I'm going to put them back. Oh my God. Whew. Okay, those books are heavy. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, and of course I have Qurans as well, but it's on the other side. Okay. Yeah, I even have for Quran. I even have a Chinese translation of the Quran as well. Yeah. So I really do have a lot. Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit tired from having to carry so many books. Okay, I even have I think I have a Jewish translation of the Bible, of the Tanakh, of the Old Testament, or they call it the Christians call it the Old Testament, but it's actually the Tanakh. I have that somewhere there as well. I have a translation of that. Yeah. So yeah, that's my part of my collection of my Bibles. Okay, so I just crossed the 4-hour mark. Yep, I just did. Yeah, I just crossed the 4-hour mark. MashaAllah. Yep. Yeah, I did. I know I did. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's it, folks. I think I have to end the stream here, right? So getting tired as it is, and it's almost 2. So I will need to actually leave soon, okay, because I need to go to my studio and get certain things done. Okay, so I haven't taken my lunch yet. That's also another thing. I need to go for lunch. Okay, so that's also another issue there. And yeah, and I think that's pretty much it from me. So I'm sorry, folks, if you want to come online. I think your time has just passed, so I won't be bringing anyone new now. Okay, so I'm going to end the stream soon. Okay, so thank you very much for joining me. I'll see you next week, hopefully. Okay, same time, same place. Okay, and yeah, so if you like this video, as usual, please do give a thumbs up. I welcome super chats, of course, and If you want to be a paid subscriber, a paid member, please do go to the link which you will see scrolling down there shortly. Okay, give it some time to scroll. And there, it says there, right? Join the Muslim Apologist YouTube channel as a TMA member. Visit now. And the link is there. So all you need to do is just go to that link and join up. And the fee is actually very low. It's the lowest fee is the lowest tier is about $1 is very, very low. Okay. So you're most welcome to join as a paid member, hopefully for months to come. Okay. And I hope that I can see you again next week, inshallah. So there won't be any live streaming for the next few days because I'm going to be very busy getting a new job, getting a paid job. But as I mentioned earlier on in the stream, it might probably be my last employed job, because I'm actually going to start thinking about becoming a full-time YouTuber, a full-time Muslim apologist. Okay. And I'm working towards that. I'm working towards becoming a full-time apologist, but I can't do that now. But I still need to get a job, so that is why I'm going out and getting a job now. Okay, so I can still brag about being employed, whereas those who do apologetics, who are doing it full time, they are jobless essentially, right? But I guess I won't be able to brag like that for long, okay? Because eventually I'm going to have to become a full-time YouTuber as well, okay? So in any case, thank you very much for joining me. Inshallah, I'll see you again in my next live stream, which should be next week, hopefully, if nothing goes wrong. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.